What's poppin'? I'm Elliot, a web developer from Singapore, and today I want to show you how we can build this full-stack web application powered by AI. So let's log in with Google to this QuizMe5 platform. We can sign in with Google. And what is this full-stack platform about? So, are you tired of mundane and repetitive quizzes? Say goodbye to the ordinary and embrace the extraordinary with QuizMe5. Our platform is revolutionizing the quiz and trivia experience by harnessing the immense potential of artificial intelligence. Basically, today we're going to be building out this full-stack web application using the most up-to-date practices, best practices, and also cutting-edge technology so that we can see what web development is like in 2023. We're going to be building with the planet-scale cloud-based MySQL database for infinite scalability, and also NextJS 13.4 using the app router directory, and we're going to be learning about how to use React Server components to build out a full-stack web application that is production-ready. And TailwindCSS for the styling, and particularly we'll be using a new component library called Shadcn, which is a really beautiful, accessible component library built on TailwindCSS, and I really love it, and I think you're gonna love it too as we build out the application. For the authentication, like the Google OAuth, we'll be using NextAuth, and of course we'll be using OpenAI's GPT API for the question generation. We'll be using React Query for the server-side syncing, and Prisma as our ORM, and of course, to tie up everything, we'll be using the TypeScript programming language. And this will feature a really beautiful dark and light theme, so that we can go and not strain our eyes. Alright, so let's see a demo of how the quiz works. So basically, you can come in here and enter any question that you want to be quizzed on. Let's say I want to be quizzed on Botanic Gardens, and choose the number of questions I want to be quizzed on, and I can choose whether I want to be multiple choice or open-ended. In this case, I'm going to try for multiple choice type of questions, and the AI is going to be generating it in the background. So we get this beautiful loading screen, and basically when it finishes loading, it will send us to the play page. So we can see what's the main purpose of Botanic Gardens. So I'm just going to choose one. I'm not sure if it's correct. Okay, in this case it's not correct. So we get a beautiful toast that we can swipe away, indicating our correct. We get this counter to see our statistics. So I'm going to keep just playing, so I can control the option with my keyboard also. Okay. So in this case, we completed, it shows us the time completed, and can view our statistics. So we get this summary page where we can, it's also dark mode, we can also turn it to dark mode. So we can see the questions and answers, we can see the time taken and our average accuracy. Let's go back to the dashboard. So we can see there's also a very beautiful word cloud. Basically, this is public, so anyone who answers any quizzes or generates any quizzes, it will be shown as a word on the word cloud. And basically, when you click on it, it will bring you to the quiz page with the topic pre-filled out. So let's try. Let's do web dev, and I'm gonna try the open-ended questions. All right. So let me switch to light theme for a second. Okay. So it's gonna try to generate the questions, and it's gonna be using GPT's OpenAI's API. Okay, so that's quick. So basically what open-ended format is, we are given a question and we will be blanking out 2 to 3 keywords, and then the user has to fill it in. So it's asking what are some advanced techniques for optimizing website performance. So I'm not sure, I'm just going to enter anyhow. So we can see that the backend will basically tell us how similar our answer is to the correct answer, right? So we can just let's just write it through so that we can move on and see the statistics. So we'll be building everything out here today. So stay tuned for the incredible tutorial. Let's view the statistics. So we can see our average accuracy. We get a nice trophy, time taken, and we can also see the question answers. So this is our answer. This is the correct answer, and we can take a look at the accuracy. Yeah. So we can also look at the past quiz attempts for history to see what we have done. So we can click on any one of them. We can go and review the questions and answers, and all of these will be stored in the MySQL Prisma, MySQL Planet Scale database. Okay, awesome. So I think that's about it in terms of the demo, and we can log out also, and let us start building this platform. Why not? Okay. So the first step is let us initialize a new Next.js project. So we'll do npx create next app, add latest, and we'll give you a TypeScript flag. Let's run this. So they'll ask us a few questions to initialize it. Let's call this QuizMe5 YouTube. We want to use ESLint. We want to use TailwindCSS. We're going to be using the source directory, and also this is a new app router, which is the React Server components. We will just leave it as a default, and we'll wait for it to initialize the project for us. Okay, so now that we have created the project, let's cd into it, cd QuizMe5-YouTube, and we'll open it up in VS Code by typing the code.command. Let me bring this up. Okay. Alright, so first I'm gonna try to npm run dev. Let's see if that works first. And I'll open up a Firefox tab so that we can see it together. Let me just arrange it like this. Move it to the right and open the code here. So we can navigate to our localhost 3000 and we'll be hopefully able to see the project. Alright, so everything is working well. We can see that the project has been started. Okay, so let us just play around with it first and try to understand what we are working with here. So NextJS 13.4 introduces the app directory. So if you come under the source folder, we can see this app. Basically, this app introduces a new file layout such that we have to have a different way of routing. So what we have to do is, for every folder, we have this page, right? So this page is basically going to be about, this page here is what is shown here. Alright, this page here is what is shown here. So you can see everything here. So for every folder we have this page. And let's say we want to create a new route, let's say /quiz, right? We have to create a new folder under app, call it quiz. And then we have under the quiz folder, we'll have to create a page.tsx. So this page.tsx is a special file that basically exposes a route for you. So if you navigate here to /quiz, we can see what is shown here, this quiz thing here. Okay. So anyhow, let us first set up the Shadcn library with TailwindCSS. Alright, so I'm gonna delete this quiz first. We'll do up everything together later. Alright, so first let me just delete everything that's within this thing here. We don't need this image. And let's return a h1 that says hello world, and we'll give it a class name of text rate 600. We're just gonna test that it works. In this case, it works, so we are able to see that Tailwind is working fine. And for that, we want to clear out the styles first, right? Because right now we have this default styles by NextJS. We don't want that. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna come down and delete globals.css. So I'm gonna try to install Shadcn now. So let's go to the Shadcn documentation. Let's look at how to install it for NextJS. Alright. So first we'll delete globals.css and then we'll follow what it says. I'm gonna open a new terminal here and we're gonna copy this npx Shadcn UI init. Alright. So we are using TypeScript, yes. Which style would you like to use? So we're gonna be using New York. So New York is more compact, I find. And we'll be using, let's say Slate. So this is where's our global CSS file. We're gonna place it under source/app/globals.css. So we're gonna do a source/app/global.css, and we want to use CSS variables for colors. Yes. Where's our Tailwind config? So is located here. So we'll leave it as the default value. And basically we want to tell Shadcn where to install these components into the file. So I'll show you later. We'll leave it as default for everything. So we are using React Server components, which is part of the NextJS 13.4 feature, and they're going to write all the configuration to a file called components.json. So we have this components.json if you search for it. So it contains all the configuration for what Shadcn is doing for us. Alright, that's awesome. So now let's try testing out Shadcn by trying to render the button. So how Shadcn works is that whenever you want to actually use one of their components, you have to install the component manually. And that's good because, let's search for button, because then we don't have to ship out everything that we don't need. So let's say we are in our project, we don't use this form component, then we don't have to go and ship it out to the user because we are individually installing the component one by one. So that's a really good thing about Shadcn. So if you ever want to use each component, we have to copy this command and download it into our directory. And basically I've already done a tutorial on how to use Shadcn, which I'll link it up here so you can see how we use it to create a new form. Alright, so I'm gonna skip over that. So we'll just install it by doing Shadcn latest add button. We're gonna install the component by pressing yes. I want you to notice this. Where does it go? So under source, we see a components folder, and under the components folder, we see another UI folder, and this is our button. So this basically shows us the button that is being configured by Shadcn. And if we go to the manual installation here, we can see that here is exactly what they want us to copy. So that's just how we use the Shadcn library. We don't need to go in and touch any file in here unless we want to customize it. We just need to know that it exists and that we can import and use it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come back to here, and I'm gonna return I'm going to return a new button. So how do we import it? If we click button, we can see that it imports from components /UI/button, right? And then we'll close it and we're going to say hello world. Save it, and awesome. So Shadcn is set up and is ready to be used. That's really awesome. And with that, let's go on to the step 2. Let us try to set up the database, the Prisma Planet Scale database now. To do that, I'm going to navigate to Planet Scale, to their website, and let's try setting our database from there. So under here, we're going to just go through it, and then we're going to try to deploy and create a new database. So just skip, and we're going to create our first database. For that, I'm going to use a hobby, so it's going to be free tier. And I'm going to name it just QuizMe5-YouTube. You name it whatever, and choose a region that's closest to you. In this case, for me, it's Singapore. So let us go down and we'll just create database. We can see that it's going to be free. Awesome. So let's wait for a while until it initializes. In the meantime, we'll set up Prisma. So how to set up Prisma? What we're going to do is we have to open a new terminal session, and then we'll come here, we'll clear the terminal first, and we'll do npm install at Prisma save dev. So it's a dev dependency. We install Prisma, and also we want to install npm install at Prisma/client. So the Prisma client is for when we want to actually interact with the database. The Prisma dev dependency is actually just to interact with and push migrations and push changes to the database with our Prisma schema file. Okay, so after we do that, we're gonna come down here. We want to create, basically, we want to initialize the Prisma database. To do that, let's go to Prisma and let's see how they initialize it. So we'll come and down and copy this command. So npx prisma inits dash data source provider is SQL. We're gonna change it to MySQL because Planet Scale uses MySQL underneath the hood. So when we do that, it helps us generate this Prisma folder, and under that will be the schema.prisma. So this schema.prisma file is actually what defines the schema and what it will look like within our database. Alright, so our QuizMe5 YouTube database is ready. So now we can connect to it. We could come down to connect to database, and we'll have to create a password for this first. So we'll just leave it as default. We'll come down to create password, and it will show that we can connect with Prisma. It shows us the database URL. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down here to .env, and we can see that it has already defaulted to a normal MySQL database. I'm going to just delete that first. I'm going to copy in whatever is here, copy it down. Right, we can see that this is from this database, and I'm going to save it. With that, we should be able to just close the Planet Scale. We won't be going back there anymore. We'll close the .env. So basically now, NextJS will read our env file, and then when we come to schema.prisma, it will read this database URL environment variable and connect to the Planet Scale database. Okay, so with that, we're going to save it, and also we want to come down to lib. So what is the lib folder? The lib folder is to store any libraries that we want to use. So if we download a library, let's say a Prisma, I want to use Prisma database, but we have to pre-process and prepare some configurations before we actually use the Prisma database. So any pre-processing of the library will happen in the lib folder. Down here under lib, I'm gonna create a new file called db.ts, right? And for db.ts, I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna paste in this code here. So you can go into the GitHub repo and paste it in also, but anyways, this is just to initialize the database, and I'll show you what it actually does. So first we import Prisma client. So this is actually what we use to interact with the database from the client, and so we also only want this to run on the server, and so we have to declare a global. Alright, we want to cache the Prisma. So basically what we want to do here is that because when we're developing, right, every time we reload, we have a hot reloading, it's going to try to initialize a new Prisma client, and that's very wasteful of resources. So basically what it's trying to check is, if we are in production, then we just declare it once, right, and then it will be used, that single Prisma client will be used throughout the app. However, when we're in development, so when we're in this branch, basically we are checking if we have a cached Prisma client. If we have a cached Prisma client, we can just use that. If not, we can declare a new Prisma client. So this is more like a singleton design pattern, so that we don't actually have to reinitialize a Prisma client every time we want to develop. So then we have to export this Prisma variable. So then in any other files, let's say page.tsx, I can import Prisma from @/lib/db, right? And then I can use this Prisma and I can use anything I want here. Yeah. So first, before we do that, right? Before we do that, we need actually to run. We need to migrate. Basically, push the schema up to the DB. So we have to run the migrations. So in order to do that, we can just run. We run npx prisma. Sorry, let me hide it here. DB push. So if you run this command, it's gonna try to synchronize whatever we have here to the database, our PlanetScale database, and then it's gonna generate the types for us in Prisma client. Okay, here. So here, let's say it says that right now we don't have any models defined in the schema.prisma. So what is a model? A model is basically like is a table within the database. So if you want to initialize a user model, a new user table, we just type model user. We give you an ID of ints, and then we'll just let GPT generate it for us. I just want to show you the example. So if you run npx prisma db push, it's gonna connect to our PlanetScale database, right? And then it's gonna create a new table for us. And in the case we want to change it, let's say we don't name anymore, we delete the name, we can run prisma db push again, and then basically it will sync up the database with whatever schema we have here. So that's a really neat feature of Prisma. Okay, awesome. So with that, we have actually connected our app to the database, and we can start working on other cool stuff. So once we have set up Prisma and we have set up the database, let's now set up the authentication service, right? So that we can, here when we press sign in with Google, it will basically help us log in using Google OAuth provider, and such that it can save the data to the database. Okay, so how do we do that? So we'll be using a package called NextAuth, which will actually handle a lot of authentication work for us, including Google sign-in and the saving of sessions and tokens and things like that we actually do not want to implement ourselves because it's too complicated. Okay, so how do we actually initialize that? So first we have to install npm install NextAuth. So while we're doing that, let's come down to our folder here, and we'll create, under our lib, we'll create a new file called nextauth.ts. So this is going to store our configuration for NextAuth. So the first thing here, what we want to do is we're going to try to declare export auth options. So this is what is going to hold our NextAuth configurations. So it's going to be a NextAuth options type that we can import. Alright, we can import. So we can, if we go and search, we can press autocomplete, control space. Let me spell this right. Press autocomplete, we can see what that is. So for now, for session, we actually want to choose the strategy of JWT, because we'll be using JSON web tokens. For the secret, we're gonna have a variable called process.env.nextAuth secret, and for that we need to define this in our .env file. So I'm coming down to my .env. We'll declare this variable, and we can name it anything like a random string, but in production you want it to be more secure, so use a password generator for this. We'll save that, and we'll come back here and continue defining it. So next, we're gonna basically choose our adapter. So basically we'll be interacting, NextAuth will be interacting with our database, saving the users everything using Prisma. So we need a Prisma adapter for that. So actually, how do we find that Prisma adapter? We have to come down and install another package called npmi at nextauth/Prisma adapter. Right, so with that, we can come down here and import Prisma adapter from this package, and then underneath here, we can come down here and type adapter, and we can choose Prisma adapter, and this Prisma obviously will be imported from our database folder here. So it's anything that we export out here. Okay, that's good. So here, underneath here, let's define some callbacks. So these callbacks will basically actually facilitate our tokens and our sessions. So before that, let us define and push the database. So in the database, we want to store things like users, sessions, tokens, and accounts, right? Because we're using Google OAuth, we have a Google account and we have sessions for that. For that case, I'm going to copy from the NextAuth documentation. So if you come down to NextAuth and we search for Prisma schemas, right? The Prisma adapter, they will give us a really nice, they give us a schema.prisma for us to copy in. And I've actually done some pre-processing. So I'll give you guys this Pastebin thing. So this is the starter code that we're going to be using. So we'll come down here and copy everything down here. We'll come to our schema.prisma, and we'll just delete everything and paste in this. Okay, So the reason why we are pasting in this, let me just walk you through what is happening here. So we are defining the accounts model, the session model, and also the user model. And all this will define the NextAuth schema so that we can use NextAuth properly. Yeah. So don't worry, I'll put this pastebin in the description below. And for this, with relation mode, no foreign keys are here. So we actually need to add an index. We add index. We have to index the user ID with the name here, and we have to do so for this also. Okay, and with that, the schema will be resolved. So after we have done this schema, we'll come down here and do npx prisma db push. So this will sync up to the database, and we just have to wipe out everything and make sure that whatever is in the database will fit this schema. Okay, so then I'm gonna close this file, and then we can continue working on it. So for the callbacks object, right, we're gonna have a JWT function, JWT. So the JWT will be async. It's gonna receive a token variable, okay, and it's gonna return. We're gonna try to find the user first, cause we're gonna try to find constdb user equals to await Prisma. So Prisma we have already imported. We'll do prisma.user.find first. Right, we're gonna find where the email is equals to the token.email. Right, and then basically we have to do if there is a db user. Okay, we have to set the token.id equals to the db user.id. So basically we have to extract the database user's ID and put it in the token, because by default when you authenticate, the token doesn't have the user ID in it. So we have to go and manually set it for NextAuth. And then in the end we have to just return the token. Okay, and then other than that we have another callback function called session, right, which is just a normal function. It will take in the session and also the token. So this token is what is being returned here. So this token will match here. So now that we have set the token.id, we can access that token.id. So it's going to return. We're going to check if there's a token. We're going to set session.user.id equals to token.id. Then we'll do session.user.name equals to token.name. And session.user.email equals to token.email. And session.user.image equals to token.picture this time. So this fields ID, name, email, and picture comes from our Prisma thing here. So we can see we have the picture. What's the picture at? It's no picture. Sorry, image. Yep. So it contains the image here under the user. So this is what we're using for the token. And basically we want to bind the tokens information to the session.user so that we can access it. So the reason why it's all erroring out right now is because we have to declare, we have to tell NextAuth what our user looks like. So in that case here, we have to come out here, we have to do declare module, right, NextAuth. So we'll be extending the NextAuth type definitions. So we'll define the interface of session. So we override it. So it extends the default session that is coming from NextAuth, right? We'll set the user. It will contain a ID, right, a user ID, right, and then we'll just join it together with the default session, the user. So basically, all we're doing is we're extending the user by adding an ID to it. Okay, and then we'll come down here and we'll have to declare another module and override the NextAuth /JWT interface JWT. So we override it and we have an ID string. So this will tell NextAuth basically the token will have an ID, right? So now the session here is trying to error out. I think here we need to return the session. So after we have bound all the tokens information to the session user, we just return the session, and this will be what is exposed to the client. Okay. Okay, then now let's add more. So we have secret adapter. Okay, now we can actually add providers. So we'll add the list of providers that we want. So in this case, we just want to use the Google provider. So we'll try to type Google provider. So we have to import this. Let's see where we import it from. We have to import it from import Google provider. Google provider from NextAuth /provider /Google. Right, and then we can just pass it in this Google provider. And so here we need to actually pass in two things. We need to pass in the client's ID, right, and so need to pass in the client secret. So how do we actually get this Google provider? Actually, here should be a capital case because I think it's importing the wrong thing here. Okay, cool. Everything looks good. So it's just basically telling us that this must exist, so we'll just tell it is as string. So we have to make sure we have these two environmental variables in our env file. So let's do that. So we'll come to the .env. We'll do Google client ID and then Google client secret. So how do we obtain these two Google client ID and secret? We're going to come down to console.cloud.google.com. So when you come into here, you have to register for our account, and basically we're going to create a new project. So I'm going to come down and click new project, and we're going to call it quizme5-youtube. Okay, just choose your billing account organization. We'll create it. So we'll wait for it to create. So when it's done, we should be able to go in and access and create a new API key. So this API credentials is what is used by Google Track and give you access to users' information when they want to come and log in through Google onto your platform. So let's click into the new project that is being made. Okay, so we'll come down to we'll click on the navigation menu and we'll come down to credentials. So before we create a credential, we must first configure the consent screen as shown here. So that will be what we do, configure consent screen. Alright, so in this case, user type, we're gonna just put it external. So we want anyone to be able to log in with Google. Create. So for app name, we'll call it quizme5 YouTube. User support email, just put your email. We have an app logo if you have, app domains you have, not compulsory. Then finally down here, we'll just add also add your email here. Save and continue. Okay, so for the scopes, we can just leave it there and save and continue. And so for these test users, you don't really need test users because we'll be exposing to public anyways. So save and continue, and just confirm everything. So we have now configured the consent screen. So the consent screen is basically what Google shows when you press login with Google, and then you show up this like, do you want to sign in with Google, things like that. So we have the publish app so that we can make it public to anyone that uses a Google account. Alright, so now that we have configured the consent screen, we're gonna come down to credentials, and we're gonna create a new credentials. We'll create an OAuth client ID. Basically, it requests user consent so that our app can access the user's data, which is what we want, because we want to access their picture, their name, their email, things like that. So application type is a web application. We'll call it quizme5-youtube. So add URI, we need to add our localhost because we'll be making requests from localhost port 3000. So it's basically whatever URL that's running your NextJS app. And then for authorized redirect URLs, we need to do http://localhost 3000, right? And then we have to add /API/auth/callback/Google. So make sure you enter this correctly. Let me check API auth callback Google. If you don't have it exactly like this, it's gonna throw an error because this is handled by NextAuth, right? So we're gonna create this, and so it's OAuth client created. So now finally here we get our client ID. So we're gonna copy this in here, and we'll copy the client secret, paste it in our env file here. Okay, cool, awesome, everything is going good. So now we can just delete this, and then so we have now basically exported auth options, right? So how do we actually let NextAuth handle it? So to do that, we're gonna come down to our /source/app. We're gonna create a new API directory, right? And then under the API directory, we have to create another folder called Auth. And then under the Auth folder, we have to create another folder called bracket .. NextAuth. And then finally down here, inside of that, we create a root.ts. So the reason why it's so complicated is because this route actually maps to anything that does localhost 3000 /API/auth/ whatever, right? So anything here, any routes from here on will be handled by NextAuth. So that is what we want. So under the root.ts for the NextAuth, what we want to have is we're gonna first import the auth options from our library NextAuth, and then we want to import capital NextAuth from NextAuth/next, and then we have to define a new handler called NextAuth, passing in the auth options, and finally we want to export handler as get, handler as post. Okay, so this is just a basic configuration for NextAuth. You can find it all in the documentation. So later on, I will explain more in depth of why we have to export it as get and post. So that's something new about NextJS. But for now, let's not worry about it. Let's just make sure that's working. Then we can go on and worry about other stuff. So if we save that, everything should be fine. We'll save the schema.prisma also. So if we reload our app right now, everything is working fine. Let me just restart the app just in case something needs to be refreshed. Okay, so we are doing good. Okay, so now that we have set up the NextAuth configuration, now let's actually wrap our app in a session provider such that we can access the session of the user whenever they log into the app. So for that, I'm going to go into layout.tsx, which is under the app here. Okay, so this layout.tsx is what wraps the entire app. So we can see that this children component is everything here, and we are basically wrapping in the HTML tag, and we can see the metadata. So this new metadata API is what is by NextJS 13.4. So it's a feature that you can export a variable called metadata. It will be shown in the metadata in the HTML. So for this title, I'm going to change it to just quiz me5, right? If I save that, we can see that it updates in the thing. If you refresh, let's wait for it to refresh and load the page. So you can see that it's changed to quiz me5, and the description we can just change it to anything we want. I'm going to leave it at generated by create next app. Okay, so for HTML, I'm going to just apply a little styling for that. So under our body, right, we have this inter.class name. So it's going to be configured for the inter font size, a font family, which I'm fine with. So another function I want to show you is for Shadcn, it helps us create a utils file. So under the utils file, it exported a function called cn. So this function is basically a utility function that helps us merge Tailwind classes together and make it more convenient when we're doing conditional styling. So we're going to be using this function here to define some class names for the body. So I'm going to first delete this inter.class name. We'll add it back later. I'm going to import the cn function. And the first thing we're going to do is just put back the inter.class name. But then we can pass in other class names, and it's going to merge this all together for us nicely. I'm going to add nt-aliased, min height screen, and also padding top of 16. So this padding top of 16 is just to account for the navbar height later on when we make the navbar. We'll save that first, so nothing has changed except we get this padding up here. So this is going to be the navbar later. So we want to actually wrap it in a session provider. So if you go under NextAuth, session provider, we know that we need to wrap the entire app with a session provider such that we can access the user session anywhere in our app. So for that here, we can wrap the session provider here, right? We can import it from NextAuth. But what I like to do is actually create a new file under components. So not under UI. So anything under the UI folder is handled by Shadcn. I'm going to come down to components itself, and I'm going to create a new file, a new component called providers.tsx. Right. So I'm going to use this snippet. So in case you haven't seen this snippet yet, it's called TSRAFCE. You can download it from a VS Code extension called ES7 snippets or something. So it stands for TypeScript arrow, React arrow function export component. So if I use that snippet, which you'll see me do a lot throughout the video, it will basically provide a boilerplate for a TypeScript function, a React component. So what we're going to do here is we want to basically accept a child prop, right? So we're going to accept children. So it's going to wrap our entire app. So this children will just be a normal React node, and then basically we want to wrap everything in our children, okay? And then we want to actually wrap everything with the session provider by NextAuth, right? So what we can do is we'll come down to return session provider. So we import it from NextAuth React, and then we can wrap our children, right? So the session provider, that's all we need for that. So we'll save it. So nothing has changed, but actually we can now access the user data. So let us see what else we need to do. Alright, so now that we have gotten NextAuth out of the way, let us start making the navbar. So I'm going to come down to components and I'm going to create a new component called navbar.tsx. Right, let's collapse that, close the terminal. So tsrafce, so it's going to return a navbar component. Okay, so for this navbar, we want to show it, right? So first, we're gonna make this into a server component. So we'll mark it as async. So a server component basically is a NextJS 13.4 React server component feature. Basically, this file will only be run once on the server. It's gonna generate the HTML code and it will send directly back to the client to render directly. So there won't be any JavaScript involved where that needs to be hydrated when you just the client. So in this server component, we can also access the session state. So how do we do that? So if we come back to just our NextAuth folder, right? I'm gonna export a new I'm gonna want to export a new function called, underneath here I'm gonna add a new function. So it's gonna export a const. It's gonna be called get auth session, right? It's just a utility function to basically we want to return get server session from NextAuth, and then we pass in the auth options, right? So with this function we can get the user's information if they are logged in. If they're not logged in, we can redirect them. So this function just does that for us. So in our navbar we can just actually call that. So if we can come down and do const session equals to await get auth session that's imported from the library. So we can see that we can call await because this file only runs once. Once on the server, it will get a session. And let us try to display it here. So we're gonna check if there's a session, if session dot user, right? So if there's a user, what we're gonna do is let's return a div, and we're gonna just display it here first, right? So I'm gonna just return a pre tag. Inside gonna be json.stringify use session dot user now to. So if we do that, we can log in. Right now there isn't anything, right? Right now that we are not logged in, therefore we can see that it says not signed in, right? But when we sign in, it's gonna show, and of course it doesn't show because we haven't actually imported this navbar. So in our layout above here, above the children, I'm gonna import the navbar here. We'll save that, come down, refresh, and then we can see it says not signed in, right? So let's just style the CSS first, right? So actually I shouldn't confuse you guys. Let's just do the front end styling first, then we get to the session. Okay, so we're gonna return, right? We're gonna return a div. So the div will have a class name of fixed inset -x-0 top-0 bg white, and when it's dark mode we want it to be bg gray 950, right? We have a z index of 10, right? Z index of 10, height fit, border bottom, border zinc 300, and padding y of 2. Yeah, so don't worry about the CSS. We just want to just write it out so that we can do the actual functionalities later. And then within this, we have another div, right? There will be a class name of flex items center, justify between, height full, gap of 2, padding x of 8, mx auto, max width of 7xl. Okay, so a bit long, but it's okay. So under this div, we can actually put our logo here. So for the logo, we'll have a link component that is gonna be imported from next/link, right? And then we'll have a paragraph tag, and let's call it, give it some class name of rounded large border 2, border bottom 4, border right of 2, border bottom of 4, border right of 2, sorry, border right of 4, border black, px-2, py-1, text XL, sorry, text XL, fonts bold, transition all, and basically when we hover over it, we're gonna give it a negative translate y of 2 pixels, so it will bounce out a little bit. When it's medium, we have a block, and when it's dark mode, we'll give you a border of white. So it's a long thing, but you can view the GitHub repo to copy it later. So you just show here. So we need, for a link, we need a href, right? So we know where to link it. So when we click on the logo, we expect it to link it to our homepage, right? So let's just do the slash. It will lead us to the homepage, and we'll give you a class name also, flex items center and gap of 2. Let's see that, and we can see that right now it's a nice component, and we just need to add the actual content in here called quizmify. We'll save that, and we can see that it shows quizmify, and when we hover away, it has a nice bouncy effect. That's good. So under the link, before the 2 closing divs here, we'll create another div called flex items center. Okay, with that we'll have we'll actually put our user profile and the session here. So now we can actually talk about the session. So how do we do the session? So first we have, let's make a login button, right? So we are gonna create a new component here called sign in button.tsx, tsrafce. That's a sidebar. So what we're gonna have for this sign in button, we're gonna just return a button imported from our Shadcn, right? And we'll accept a text prop, which is a string. So we'll take it in from the prop. So we want it to be a reusable component such that we can pass in the text and then it will show the button, and then when we click on it, it will automatically log us in. So here we're gonna pass in an on click event. So when we click on it, what do we want to do? We want to sign the person in, right? So how do we sign in the person? So if we do sign in, we can see that NextAuth/React exports a function for us sign in, and we can call it with Google because we have registered our Google provider. So when we press this button, it's gonna try to sign us in with Google. So in case anything happens, we're gonna console.error the error. We're gonna save it, and you're gonna see there's gonna be an issue later. So let's try importing the sign in button here, sign in button, right? And then we'll pass in a text of, let's say, sign in. So let's save it and let's see what kind of error it throws. Alright, event handlers cannot be passed to client component. So whatever this means is basically this is a new NextJS 13.4 project. So by default, this is a server component, meaning it does not understand what is on click. Right? If you want to add interactive features like using use state, any hooks, right, or any interactivity like on clicks, on hover, you need to declare this as a client component, meaning this will be rendered on the client instead of on the server. So on top of the file, we have to add a use client directory. We'll save that, and if we refresh, now it works. So let's press, if you click on sign in, let's look at what it does. So that's good. So now it says continue to Quizmify YouTube. So this is the authorization page that we were talking about just now. So let's press on this electron. So it's going to try to sign us in with our Google account. So nothing seems to have changed, but actually now we can access our session environment through NextAuth. So underneath here, under the Navbar, we can access our session. So const session equals to await get auth session, right? So it's what we imported just now, right? And let's just console.log out the session.user. We'll save this and let's open up our terminal and see. And the reason why it's being logged out in the terminal is because this is a server component, meaning that this is being run on a server. So when we press console.log, it actually logs out in the server. And you can see that this is what is being logged out. So we can see that it shows my name, my email, and my image. And that is perfect because then we can display this on the front end. So let's delete the console.log first. So here we're gonna try to display, right? So if the user is logged in, it doesn't make sense for us to show them the sign in button. So we're gonna add a condition. So if session.user, exists, what do you want to render? We'll render this, but if the session.user doesn't exist, else we'll render the sign in button. Okay, so if it exists, we're just gonna say we're just gonna put a h1 that says welcome, and we'll template in the name session.user.name. Let's just see that it works. Okay, so we are signed in, therefore it shows us our username. So it's being accessed from this session, from this server component. Okay, that's really good. So now let us build out this theme toggle and this nice button here to display the user profile. So for that, we're going to create a new component here called user account nav that will basically show us this drop down menu. Okay, we'll come into our file under components. Let's create a new component called user account nav.tsx, tsrafce. Okay, then we can actually import. We'll import. So let's close down everything. And then, so basically, if the session user exists, we'll do user account nav, right? And then we're gonna try to basically pass in the user, which is session.user. So this user account nav needs to accept a prop for the session.user, which is no problem. So we'll come down here to the props. So the user, right? What is the user gonna be? The user is gonna have a type of user. And where do we define this user? We can import it from Prisma client. So basically, what's neat about Prisma is that we can see that what did I do? Okay, if you go to schema of Prisma, everything that we define here can be imported as a type in our TypeScript code. So it gives us a lot of TypeScript functionality which we can import and then use also. So if we do user, right, we can destructure user from here, and we can actually do user dot. So when we press dot, we can see all the information here, and that's the beauty of TypeScript and the Prisma integration with our database. So let's just see here why it doesn't exist, why it's showing an error. So here is basically saying that the type is mismatched, and the reason why is because when we do session.user, right, it doesn't pass in everything, right? It only passes in the certain information. Like let's say the user has the password fields in the database, right? It doesn't want to pass that down into the client. Therefore, when we come down to the user, we actually need to pick out certain attributes from the user that actually exist. And for that, we have a TypeScript function called pick. Basically, it will accept a generic called user, and then we can define what kind of attributes we want to actually take from the user. So it's a subset. We want the name of it. We also want the image, and lastly, we want the email. Okay, so let's save this, and we can see that user is still undefined because, okay, so my bad here. So this user actually have to come from NextAuth, type NextAuth, such that the error will be resolved. So the user type will be from session.user, and because useSession comes from NextAuth, therefore we must import the user type from NextAuth itself. Okay, so we save this. We save this code. We can see that user account nav now appears here. Okay, that's good. We're making good progress. So for now here, we want to actually display this drop down menu, right? So how do we actually do that? Let's install it from Shadcn itself. So we do npx Shadcn at UI add. What do we add? We add the drop down menu item. Okay, so as we add the drop down menu item, let's actually start coding it out. So we want to install it. Yes, press yes. So I'm gonna return. I'm gonna import the drop down menu from /UI. Okay, then underneath here we'll have a drop down menu trigger, right, which is gonna have the user avatar here. So here we're gonna have the user avatar, so we're gonna code that out as a component later. And then down here we have the actual drop down menu content. Okay, we have the actual content. So what do we actually want to show here? We're gonna basically show we have a div inside here. Div, we have a class name of flex items, center, justify, start, gap 2, and padding of 2. I'll just collapse this here so that we can see better. Okay, and for the content we have also bg white, and also align equals to n. Okay, so then underneath the div, underneath the first div, inside the first div, I'm sorry, we have a new div called flex call. All right, space -y-1 leading of none. Okay, and then in here we actually get the user.name. We'll show the user.name. If the user.name exists, we'll show a paragraph tag with the class name of fonts medium, and we'll call it show the actual username. Right, so if the user doesn't have a name, then it won't show, and it won't throw an error. And then also if the user has an email, we're gonna show another paragraph tag. So it will have a class name of width of 200 pixel. Okay, then it will have truncate text sm text zinc 700. So then we'll show user.email. Sorry, user.email. Okay, that's good. Let's continue on. So underneath the to div, when we finish, we have a drop down menu separator. So let's find the separator. Where's the separator? Here. So from UI here, drop down menu separator. Okay, underneath the separator we have the drop down menu item, drop down menu item from UI. So we're gonna pass in schild as the schild prop, and also we have a link. So from next/link, where do we want to navigate to? So href, just gonna go back to slash. We can name it anything. So for now I'm gonna just put meow, And then underneath that we have another drop down menu separator. I'm gonna paste it down here. And then we have another drop down menu item. And for that we're gonna have a sign out button. So sign out, and then basically what do we want to do? On click, we want to sign the user out, right? So how do we actually do the sign out? So from NextAuth/React, there's also a sign out function. We're just gonna call that, and then in case there's any errors, we'll just log it out, console.error. So let's just prevent the default thing if anything happens. So e.prevent default. And because we're using this on click event, we must declare this component as a client component. So add use client on top. Alright, and then let us try to save it. So for now there won't be anything because we don't have any triggers here, right? So for now let me just add a button, right? So hi. So if you press this button, we can see that it will drop down for us like this. And actually here, the reason drop down menu item sign out is not showing is because we need to pass in some class name for it also. So we have text rate 600 and also cursor pointer. Let's see if that shows up. So it doesn't because we need to pass in schild. Schild is here. Alright, so we just need to remove the schild. So now everything works. So sign out button, if you click on this, it's gonna sign us out. And let me add some logos. So for the logos, we'll be using lucid.dev. So lucid is just a React library. I don't think it's a React library, but it's a library that offers a lot of icons. So just npm install lucid. Right, is it lucid? Let's get started. Installation. Sorry, if we npm install lucid-react, and then let's just uninstall the previous lucid. Okay, so this will come from lucid-react. So we have a class name of width-4, height-4. Let's save it and we'll see. Okay, right now it looks fine. So let's just add some margin right of 2, sorry, margin left of 2, so that we can space it out a little, and it should work. So if you press sign out, it's gonna log us out of the account, and then we have to sign back in using Google, so that we can show the proper navigation item here. Hi. Okay, so that's going good. What's the error here? Okay, I probably some NextJS 13 error. So because using NextJS, they are trying to render HTML on the server. So sometimes if you have some weird button styling, like I think this button is what's causing it. So let's remove that. We can see that the arrow will go. Yeah. So they don't like buttons within the buttons. So we actually have to go ahead and show the user avatar. So the user avatar is just this image icon here. So let us do that. So we'll create a new user avatar component. But before we do that, let's actually create the component itself. So under components, let's do user avatar.tsx. Okay, tsrafce. Okay, for the user avatar, what we're gonna do is we want the images, right? So for the user, we're gonna pick out certain attributes from the actual user object. So the user will get imported from NextAuth. So this time, what do we want? We just want the name, and also we just want the image itself, right? We don't need any other information. Okay, and for that we want to return there's a Shadcn component for the avatar, so let's install that also. So npx Shadcn install avatar. We'll press yes for that, and then we're gonna return avatar. So we're gonna import it from the UI library that in our thing. So for avatar underneath, we're gonna check if the user image exists. So let's destructure the user from props. If user.image, right, we're gonna basically show something, and if the user there's no image, we're gonna show a fallback URL. Okay, so let's just show the fallback. Okay, and then if there's an image, let us show a div. So the div will have a class name of relative, width full, height full, and also aspect square. Okay, and then inside that we'll show use NextJS next image. So for some optimization, next slash image. So we'll have a field prop. The source will be user.image, right? User.image, format that below, and then we'll have out of profile image, and then referrer policy of just no referrer. Okay, that's good. And basically, if there is no image, we're gonna show an avatar fallback, import that in, and then we'll have a span, right? So this is the class name of screen readers only. So only when people are using screen readers will they see the user.name here. So let's save that, and let us actually import the user avatar from the component. Let us pass in the user also. So this will be the user, passing the user that is received from the prop itself. And we can see that hopefully, okay, so now what we have to do is invalid source prop. Basically, when we're using this NextJS image component, it will need to go and run some custom logic. And so we need to define the domains that we want our images to come in from. So in this case, we have to go and configure it, right? So we're gonna come down to next.config.js. So this is the NextJS configuration file. So let's refresh it and let's see the domain. So under the next config, we have images, and then under domains is an array. So for this, we will have to accept this lh3.google user content and save that. So whenever we update the next config.js, we have to restart the server so that it can pick up the new configuration file. Okay, so if we save that, and now if we rerun localhost 3000, and yeah, so it works now. So we can see the user avatar, we can see our name, our email, and the custom button. So in case you want to do anything with it, like reroute it, we can do that, and we have the sign up button. So we're doing really well. Okay, we're doing fantastic. Now let's add the theme toggle. So we'll add this theme toggle here, such that we can switch between the different themes. So for that, if we go to Shadcn, and let's search for their dark mode, we follow their documentation on how to do it. So the first step here is we want to create a theme provider. So the theme provider is what wraps the entire app and provides the theme functionality, like remembering what the theme is when the user closes the tab. So in this case, we must first download this library called next-themes. So we'll come in the project and do npm install next-themes. Okay, perfect. So remember, we have actually created a new providers component that wraps all the providers and the children, right? So in this case, we'll put the theme provider in this file also. So we're gonna come down here, we're gonna copy whatever their libraries is, copy and then paste it down here. So this is actually the provider that we need to wrap it in. So here we can see that it also wrapped the children. So this children is the entire application, and we pass in the props. So what we can do here is, let's just copy that. So we'll have this children and props. So this comes from a theme provider props. So we're gonna copy it here. So we no longer need these props because we have it from the next themes package. And then, because we're already wrapping the entire root layout, so we just need to come down here. So we're gonna come down here and we're gonna wrap it in the theme provider. Okay, so let us just wrap this entire thing up. Okay, so under the theme provider, we can pass in certain things like attribute class. So we'll be using class as the theme settings. The default theme is going to be system. So we can set it to by default be dark or light. In this case, I'm going to respect the user's decision and just put it as system. We'll do enable system, right? So that we can actually use this system theme here. So if now that we save that, we come back here, right? Everything is fine. Okay, I see where our issue is now, because look, we are writing all the providers, but we're never actually using it to wrap our children. So what we need to do is actually we just come out to layout and we'll wrap the entire thing, right? So import the providers and we'll wrap the entire navbar and the children with the providers, and hopefully it should work. So create context only works in client components. The reason why is because these providers, it has to be a use clients component. So let's refresh that. So let's create the mode toggle first. So we're gonna come down here and create a new component. So we're gonna call it theme toggle.tsx. Right, we're gonna come down here and gonna copy that code. Here. So basically, what we can see that they're using use client. They're just importing the icons and just setting their own drop down menu from using the Shadcn drop down menu. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna wrap this entire thing inside a div. I'm gonna paste a div down here. So the reason why I want to make it into a div is because I want to make this into a reusable component. I'm gonna change the name of this to theme toggle, right, so that we can import it as theme toggle. So underneath the navbar, right? So in the navbar, I want to add the theme toggle here, right? So theme toggle, we'll add that here, right? And let's see if it shows up here. Okay, in this case it does. So why is there an extra T here? Is because of this. And let's wrap these two things inside another flex container, .flex .items center, right? So wrap the theme toggle and this image here so that it shows up nicely here. Let us add a class name. So now we are trying to customize it, right? So this is right now not a reusable component because we are not able to pass any attributes into it. We can't style it. So how do we actually pass in the props? What we can do is we want to destructure the props. But what type of props should it receive? In this case, you'll receive the react.html attributes, and then we have a passing the generic. So we want it to accept any props that a div element will accept. HTML div element. Okay, so if we pass in this as the props, this component will now receive any props that a normal div element will receive. We can destructure out the class name and the rest of the props. And in this case, we can put the class name onto the class name of the div, and we can pass in the rest of the props. Let's save this. If we go back to our navbar, right, we can come down here and actually style it. So let's add some margin right of 4 so we can space it out a little bit. Okay, so let's try working, and yes, it's finally working. So we can see that we can change between light, dark, and system. So by default, system is respects the user decision, and for me, my system is dark mode. So let's leave it in light mode for now. Okay, so we're doing great. Okay, so now let's set up the home page. So if we come down here, we can see that if we go back to sign out, sorry, there's something wrong with the toggle here. But when we're in the home page of the app, we can see that we have a nice card here that asks the user to log in and sign up if they have not. So let's try to recreate this card now. So we'll come back to, let's just close up everything here first and retidy it. So we'll come to page.tsx under app. So this is the index file, right? Which is right now we're showing this hello world button. So let's change that. So the first thing here is let's install the Shadcn card. So we'll come down here to write npx Shadcn-ui at latest add card. So we've done this many times now. So just press yes, such that we can import the card. Okay. So what we're gonna have here is this is gonna be a server component. So we'll just do async function home. So then we're gonna return some div. So the first step is we want to center everything in the middle of the screen, right? So to do that, we'll have dot absolute, and then top of half, left of half, negative translate x of half, negative translates y of half. It will have a high here, so the high will show up in the middle of the screen. So let's return this actually. Okay, so the text will show up in the middle. Okay, that's great. So now we want to show the card, right? So the card, we're gonna have initialize the card component, and then for that we'll give you a class name of width of 300 pixel hard coded in. We have a card header of card title, and then it will say welcome to Quizmify. Save it. So now we can see that it shows up here. That's nice. Then we have a card description. We can put here is, let me just let GPT complete it. Alright, so yes, that's good, that's good. So under the card header, we create a card content, and for card content we have the sign in button. So remember, this is the sign in button that we created just now, and the reason why it's so useful is we can use it here so that we can have a different text. So it says sign in with Google. Let's make this lowercase, and that's good. So now it looks clean, looks just like this, right? So we can just if we click on the button, it will sign us in with Google. Alright, so now look at the issue. Although we are signed in, we can still access this page. So how do we create protected routes in NextJS 13.4? And that's the beauty of it. Because this is a server component, I can do all the user validation logic here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to try to obtain the session. So const session, remember the get all session that we have exported? We can await that, right? Basically, if the session .user, right? So basically, if the user exists within the session, that means it's logged in, right? That means the user is logged in. And if it's logged in, what do we want to do? We can call redirect. So we have to import this redirect function, redirect from next/navigation, right? So we'll do redirect, and we can call /dashboard. So if they are logged in, we just directly return them, redirect them to the dashboard, and so this won't appear. So this is how we create protected routes in here. So let's delete the button and save it. And so we see here, now it's gonna try to redirect me to dashboard because I'm logged in. So now the dashboard doesn't exist, so it's okay, let's create that. So to create a new page, a new root, we come down to app, we create the folder that whatever the root is called. So in this case, we call it a folder called dashboard, and we create a special file called page.tsx, tsrafce, dashboard, save it, and we can see that it shows up here. Awesome. So now notice if I try to navigate back to the / homepage, it will just directly return me back to the dashboard. It won't even flash the screen because this runs on the server, so the protection happens on the server itself, which is what I really like about server components. Okay, so that's good. We have set up the home page now. So let's start on the dashboard. Okay, so for the dashboard, let's take a look at how it looks like in the actual application. So I'm signing in with Google. Alright, so we can see that there's a nice grid layout here and it's responsive also, right? So it contains a few different components. It contains this card, 4 main cards basically. So we have the 4 main cards basically being Quiz Me, History, Hot Topics, and Recent Activities. So I'm going to break it up into the React components, and then it's going to be a really clean code. I'm going to see how we actually do it. Okay, so come back to the dashboard here. So right now, what we want to do is, we want to protect this route, right? So if you're not signed in, you should not be able to access this dashboard. So how do we do that? First, we convert it into a functional async component, so that it's a server component. So we do const session equals to await get auth session. So if not session dot user, so if there's no user in the session, that means they're not logged in. We can just return redirect from next navigation. So we import it from next navigation to /. So this is a home page, and so any person who's not authenticated will not be able to access this route. They will be redirected here. Okay, so here I also want to export the metadata so that we display it nicely on this tab here. So we have the title being dashboard quiz me 5. Yep, save that, and you can see that it updates in the tab info here. So that's nice and clean. So now we can actually return the JSX here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to return a main div here of the class name padding 8 mx auto max width of 7 XL formatted, and underneath that I'm going to have a div, right? It will have flex items center, and then we'll create underneath the div here, we have another div called grid. So it's a CSS grid. We'll give it a gap of 4, margin top of 4. When it's medium screen, it'll be grid columns of 2, and then underneath that we'll have another grid layout. So this one will show gap of 4 also, margin top of 4. When it's medium, you have grid columns of 2, and when it's large, grid columns of 7. Okay, so now let's actually create the 4 different cards and place it here, right? So when we have it here, we want to show the big dashboard title. I'm gonna show a H2, and you have a class name of margin right of 2, text 3XL, fonts bold, tracking tight, and this will be the dashboard. Let's save this, and you see the dashboard shows up here. Awesome. Okay, and then underneath this, the second div here, right? So now here we're gonna define the quiz me card, and also the history card. So these 2 components will be this is the quiz me card, and this will be the history card. So let's create those 2 components first. Alright, so under components, I'm going to create another folder just for the dashboard so we can organize it a little better. So underneath, I'm going to create the quiz me card component first, .tsx, tsrafce, right? We'll have that quiz me card. So under the quiz me card, what do we have? Right, so the first thing here is let us return a card. So import it from the current UI. So let's give it some styling, class name of hover, cursor pointer, when hover, opacity of 75. Okay, and then underneath the card we'll give it a card header, class name of flex row items center, justify between padding bottom of 2 space dash y dash 0. Okay, so in the card header, let's give it some card title, quiz me exclamation mark. Give it some class name, so text to Excel, make it big, font bold, and underneath that we'll have the brain circuit. So we import that from Lucid React. Let's give it a size of 28 and also a stroke width of 2.5. So underneath the card header, we'll create a card content. Okay, so we'll have a paragraph. So what does it say? It will say text. It will have a style of text, small text muted foreground, and inside there will be challenge yourself with a quiz. Let's save that. So let's import the quiz me card first. We'll save it. So the history card is not gonna be found yet. Let's comment that out. Let's just look at the quiz me card. Okay, awesome. We have that nice card over here. That's good. And so when we click on it, we want to navigate it out, right? So how do we do that? So we use the router. So the router will come from use router. So here's what I want you to notice. There's two routers right now in NextJS. There is there is from next router and next navigation. Next router is for when you're using the pages directory, which is which we are not using here. So if you're using the new app directory, you have to use next/navigation. So make sure you're importing the correct use router. And basically, when we click on the card, wow, okay. When we click on the card, let us do router.push to /quiz. And because we're using a use router, we can see that it only works in client component. So we have to come up here and define this as a use client component. Okay, perfect. So now let's move on to the history card. So under the dashboard component, dashboard file, let's do a history card.tsx, TypeScript tsrafce, right? So the history card, let us write out the card. So we return the card. You will have, the class name will have hover, cursor, pointer. So it's very similar to all the cards. Hover, opacity 75. So in that, let's have a card header. We'll have class name of flex dash row items center, justify between padding bottoms of 2 space dash y dash 0. We have a card title of history. Let's give it some class name, text to Excel, fonts bold, and we have the history from Lucid React, right? Let's just autocomplete. Yep. So I understand I'm going a little fast. So if it's a little too fast for you, just slow down and you can just copy the code here. And if you're feeling lazy, you can just copy it directly from the GitHub repo. Cause these are just styling. There's not much functionality going on here. I'm just coding it out with you guys, along you guys, if you want to do so. So under the card header, we have this card content. So let us have a paragraph with the style text, small text, muted foreground. Okay, so we have view past quiz attempts. Okay, save that. We come up here, import the quiz card. Okay, the history card. So this one also need the router, right? Cons router equals to use router from next navigation, remember, and then basically on click we're gonna do router.push /history, and we have to declare this as a use client directive. Save this, and we show up here as the history component. Beautiful job. Okay, so what's next? Let us do the hot topics and recent activities component. So I'm gonna close this history card. So under dashboard, we'll create a what's this called? Hot topics card.tsx, right? So let's do tsrafce. We're gonna have return card, right, as usual, import it, class name of call span 4. So it's gonna take up 4 units of space across the grid layout. We have a card header and card title of hot topics. Let's give you some style. Text to Excel. Fonts bold. Underneath we have a cut description. Click on a topic to start a quiz on it. Okay, so underneath the cart header, we have the cart content. Right, let's give it a styling of padding left of 2. And so here we're gonna store the actual word cloud component. So this is gonna be a custom component using some library. So we're gonna do that later. So for now, I'm gonna put word cloud as a placeholder. Let's finish the dashboard first. So come down to the dashboard page again, right? So come down to dashboard. We're gonna basically put the thing in this grid calls of 7. So we'll put hot topics card, import that, place it here. You can see that it just shows up here. So this word cloud will be replaced later on with our component. So now let's move on to the final component here, which is the recent activities. Under dashboard folder, let's create a recent activities.tsx, tsrafe, repetitive, but you know, gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, so now let's come down here, recent activities, return want to return what? Card, style of call span of 4, when it's large screen, call span of 3, so make it responsive. Card header, import that. We have a card title of recent activities, so we'll give a styling of class name of text to Excel, fonts bold, and underneath here will actually be recent activities. Style that. So underneath the card title, we have a card description. It will say you have played a total of 7 games. So this is gonna be hard coded. So later on we're gonna fill it up with actual numbers from the database. So underneath the card header, we'll have the card content. So here we're gonna have a style of max height of 580 pixels. I found that works well, and the overflow of scroll. Okay, and then here is the history component. So we're gonna have a list of all the histories made. So that's gonna be a separate component itself, right? So for now we're gonna hard code it, right? So it's gonna hard code it histories. Okay, so come back to here. So we import it underneath recent activities. Let's save it. You can see that, okay, everything's looking good. It is responsive, right? So you can see that it takes up 4 spaces. So this will have a column of 7 columns. So when it's on large screen, it will take up 4, this will take up 3. So it gets this nice masonry look. I'm not sure if that's the right word, but yeah. So we're doing good. Okay, so now let us try to fill out this word cloud thing. So I'm gonna create a new component under the component folder. Yeah, so I'm gonna come down here, create a new component called custom word cloud.tsx, tsrafe, right? Custom word cloud. So I'm gonna come down to the hot topics card first. So here we can see that we're gonna replace this with our custom word cloud component. Alright, so then we can start actually styling it here. So how do we actually display this word cloud? So there's a library for that. I mean, of course there is. Why wouldn't there be? So it's gonna be called React D3 Cloud. So I'm gonna install it. npm install React-D3-Cloud. Make sure you spell that right. So once that is finished installing, we're gonna import it. So import D3 word cloud from React D3 Cloud. React D3 Cloud. Okay. So we're gonna come down here and gonna return just a return fragment. So we're gonna do D3 word cloud. So actually use it here. So this will accept a few things. So the height is gonna be 550 pixels. Let's give it a font size of times. So it's gonna have that Times Romans look. Format that. Okay. Then we'll have a font size of, let's say, so we'll have a custom font size. This will change later. We'll have a rotation of just 0. We'll have a padding of 10. We have a fill. So we want to get the fill, right? So basically when it's a light theme, we want it to be dark colored, but then when it's on dark theme, we want it to be white color. So how do we get the theme information? We get it through this use theme hook from Next Themes. Okay, from Next Themes. So let's import that. Right. And because we are using a hook, right, we have to declare this component as a client component. Okay, so then we can define the field. So if the theme, so the actual theme of it, if equals to dark, so if it's dark mode, we want it to be white color, right? That's question mark. But then if it's a light mode, it'll just be black colored. So that's the field part. And finally, we want to define this. What's left here? So data. So this data is actually what will be used to go and map out this kind of word clouds. So for now we got fake the data. So we're gonna fake the data. Let's have a hard-coded data equals to an array, right? So and then we'll pass in the data to be data. So it's gonna have each thing will have a text and a value of a number. So if we do that, let's save that. We come back to our dashboard here. We can see here it shows here. So the size of it will be based on this value. So how do we actually properly map the value? So this value is basically how many times the quiz has been done by the public, and then we have basically we'll store this we'll store this data in the database, and we'll pull it from the database, and then it will just basically display publicly here. So to display the value properly, we'll create a custom function called font size mapper. It's gonna take in a path called, it will have a value of number. So based on the value, what do we want to do? Based on the value, we want to basically return math.logbase2, right, of the word dot value multiplied by 5 plus 16. So I got this formula by just playing around with the formula, but it works great. And basically all we do is for the font size, what we do is we just pass in this function of font size mapper, and it will map it out correctly for us. So in this case, if it's 3, it'll be just show as this size. So let's copy a few words down so we can see more examples. So we have like hi, let's put 5, computer as 10, let's say NextJS as just 8, 9, 8, yeah, sure. And finally like live as like 7. So if you save this, you can see that it shows up here nicely for us. Yeah, so for now it's hard-coded, but later we'll be pulling down the data from the database. Okay, so that's done. Okay, we're doing well. So now let's actually create a quiz page. So whenever we want to go to the quiz, right, this will be the form where we are able to submit our quiz and start the game. So let us create that page first. So coming down to our app, we'll create a new folder called quiz. Inside that we'll create the page.tsx, tsrafce, quiz page, rename that. Alright, so now we have this quiz page right here. Okay, so what do you want to do? So let's first set the metadata. So export const metadata equals to title of quiz me5. So it shows up here on the tab. That's good. So what do you want to return? So first, because this is a protected page also, let's check for that. So we'll get the session from await get auth session. So in order to use await, we have to convert it to async function, which is okay because it's a server component, so it will only be run once. Okay, so basically we do the same check. If not session dot user, we just want to redirect. So from next navigation to /return. Okay, but if not, we want to create the quiz creation component here. So let's create that component. Let's come down to component, create a new file called quiz creation.tsx, tsrafce. Then under the page, we got return basically that quiz creation. Okay, awesome. So I have that quiz creation. So we have that here. So here we're gonna return the form, right? So let's just do up the GSX first. So we're gonna center it, because we want to center it center of the screen. We'll do absolute top half left half negative translates x half negative translates y half. Okay, that's good. And then inside the div of the center of the div, we'll create the card. Okay, we have a card here. Card description. No, we want card. Alright, it's okay. We have the card description here. So the card will have a card header. we'll move the card description inside. So underneath the card header, we'll have a card title, and we'll give it some styling. Text to Excel, fonts bold. So quiz creation. So for the description, we say choose a topic. Let's save that first and let's see how it looks. Okay, so it looks pretty nice. So then after the card, underneath the card header, we will create the actual card content. And so here we'll house the actual form. So let's learn best practices. This is another part of best practices. How do you create a type-safe form that gives good error validation and also good user experience when you use the form? So we have a lot of nice description and error messages. Let's say we enter a tree, right? It will say that topic must be at least 4 characters long. So how do we do this custom error messaging? So this will fall under, let's go to Shadcn. We'll come to their form site. So it actually talks about how to design well good forms, and I've actually done a very good and extensive video on how to create a good best practice form using React Hook Form, Zod, TypeScript, and Shadcn. So please check it out here first so that you can have a better understanding of form. So I'm gonna go through here a little faster because I'm gonna assume that you know how to do the form. So we're just gonna be basically following what they're asking us to do. Okay, so the first step is let's install the necessary library such that we can create a good type-safe form. So we're gonna install. Let's clear this off. npm install React Hook Form. Right, we install Zod. Okay, let's install that tool first. And also we need the form component from Shadcn. So let's do Shadcn add form. Okay, so we've added the form. Let's press yes. Okay, so before we do that, right, we want to define the schema of the form. So we want to basically provide the type safety, right, such that the form will only be submitted when we validate the form is type safe, and we can give it custom error messaging. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come down to source. I'm gonna create a new folder called schemas. Yes, schemas, right? And then I'm gonna under the schemas, I'm gonna create a form folder, and under that I'm gonna create quiz.ts. So it's gonna be just gonna be the validator. So we're gonna be using Zod. So import Z from Zod. So Zod is a TypeScript library that basically allows you to validate any input, and it gives a really nice builder pattern in terms of defining schemas. So let's create a quiz creation schema. It's gonna be a z.object. So this is where we're defining what the form will accept. So the form will have a topic field, right? It's gonna be a string, right? It's gonna have a minimum of 4 characters long and a maximum of, let's say, 50 characters. And we can give it custom messaging. So we'll pass it as a second parameter object message, which says topic must be at least 4 characters long. So this custom messaging here is actually what shows up here underneath the error message when we submit the form, right? And for that, let us, other than topic, right, we will also accept what the type of the question generated. So it will be enum. So it can either be MCQ or open-ended. So we just code that in here first. So there can only be 2 options. And for the amount, so how many questions do we want to generate? So for the amount will be z.number, right? The minimum is 1 and the maximum of 10. So maximum 10 questions. So now that we have defined this schema, let's go back to the quiz creation, right? Do the quiz creation. So the first thing we need to do is actually define the form. So we'll import use form from React Hook Form, which we have just installed. We'll do const form equals to use form, right? So how do we actually define the inputs? So let's first also import the quiz creation schema from schemas/form/quiz. So that's the proper folder structure to define your schemas. So how do we define the input? Let's define the type of input. It's gonna be z. So z is Zod.infer. So z has an infer function that takes in a template of type of quiz creation schema. So this quiz creation schema is a Zod object, right? So we get the type of it, and then we can use Zod to infer it. So basically this will return us a basic TypeScript type of whatever we have defined. So that's a really handy integration between Zod and TypeScript itself. So now that we have this input type, we can pass it as a generic to the use form hook, such that we can define the thing. So we can pass in a bunch of configuration. So the first thing here is we want to have a resolver. So because React hook form and Zod are two separate things, we need some way to go and tell React hook form that we're using Zod. And for that, we need something called the Zod resolver. So how do we actually get the Zod resolver? Sorry. How do we get the Zod resolver? So for that, we must install another package called npm install at hook form /resolvers. So this is the integration between Zod and React hook form. So we import the actual Zod resolver from at hook form /resolver /Zod, and then we'll tell it to basically we're using Zod. So for that, we'll just do resolver equals to the Zod resolver. We pass in the quiz creation schema, which is the Zod object. Okay, and then we can pass in some default values for it. So for the amount, it's gonna be just, let's say, defaults to 3. For the topic, we'll default it to empty string, and for the type, we'll default it to. And see, that's the beauty, right? When I press Control Space, I can see exactly what types it accepts. Right? If I enter something wrong, let's say I spell open-ended like this, ended, right? It will scream at me because it's telling me that the enum doesn't exist. And it even give me type annotations. Maybe you meant open-ended. So that's what I really love about TypeScript and Zod. So it will prevent us from making silly mistakes by guarding us against it. Okay, so now that we have this form variable from this use form, let's define the actual form component down here. So for that, let's go back to Shadcn and let's follow some of their documentation. Okay, so basically it's just telling us to use Zod using the form schema. So everything here I've showed you. So define a form. So what we are really interested in is, oh, here. So it's a scroll down. So let me just copy from this form from here. We'll paste it into the card content. So let's collapse that a little bit. So basically what I've done here is so this card content, right, is basically whatever is showing inside this white bottom box here, which is what we want this quiz to have, this form to appear in, right? So we'll pass in the form, right, and then we'll spread out the form variable. So this form variable comes from React hook form, so it gives them some control over it. And so we also need to define a function called onSubmit. So these are own custom functions. So it's asking us what do we want to do when the form submits. So it's okay, we define a onSubmit function. So it's going to take in input. It will be type of input. So remember, this input comes from this type here that we've defined. So it will tell us exactly what data will appear. And for now, I'm just going to alert out the input in terms of the JSON object. Okay, so let's go through it. So we have a normal HTML form. When we submit, right, this form that handle submit comes from React hook form. This onSubmit is our own custom function. Right, there's some default styling here, and with this form field. So this form field, it will define the actual UI of the form. So right now, look at why is this shouting at us? Because that's the beauty of Zod, right? When we control space, it tells us exactly what attributes is being controlled by a React hook form. So in this case, the first thing we want them to enter the topic, right? So we enter the topic, so it no longer shouts at us. And then this render attribute basically gives us the ability to customly render whatever we want in the form. Okay, so that's good. So for now here, we want them to enter the topic, right? That's the label, right? So let us just save this first, and then we'll see what shows up here. So of course, create context works in client component. So this entire thing needs to be a client component. Let's save that. Okay, so now look, it's pretty nice. So far, it's so nice. So let us change the placeholder to enter a topic, ... Then under the form description, we do please provide a topic. Save that, and everything's looking good. Okay, so now we want also this number of questions, right? So by the way, this form message is the error component here. You see this topic must be at least 4 characters long. This is the form message component that's being rendered. Okay, so underneath that we'll have another form field, right? So I'm gonna basically copy this form field down, copy this. We'll copy it down. So in this case, we are now asking for what? We want the amount. Okay, amount. So we change this to amount. Number of questions. Enter an amount. So we'll just delete the form description. We don't have to do that. And basically, what we want to do is we want to actually add this onChange prop. So we add it here before the field. So onChange, because we want to basically pass this into a number before we actually control it. So we take the E. So we want to do form dot set value. So this form variable comes from our React hook form, right? So it provides us with a lot of utility functions, one of which is it allows us to manually set the value, right? So we want to set the amount attribute to parse int e.target.value. Okay, so the reason why this is erroring out is because this field, this whatever is spread out here, will also contain an onChange function, so it actually overlaps. So if you want to override their own field, we have to move the field up, and so then now everything works fine. And so basically when we enter, it will be automatically parsed as an integer for us, and it's not it won't be a string. And for this input, we want it to be a type of number, right? Because we are trying to enter a number. Let's give you a minimum of 1 and max of 10. So this is just some client-side validation for us, right? So that let's say we enter like we can't enter -3, like enter like 667 submit, it will say that please select a value that's no more than 10. Okay, so that's perfect. So then underneath here, so when we press a topic, so if it works, right, let's say 3, we submit. Oh, okay, so this one have to be, topic must be at least 4 characters long. So submit, we can see that our custom function here on submit gets called, and then we alert the input. So everything's working fine. Okay, so now let's create this multiple choice and open-ended switch button thingy. Alright, so let me just open this up a little bit. Hard to go and okay, so how do we actually create that component? So let us come down here. So just above the button, we'll create another div. The div will have flex and justify between. Alright, so this will actually store the 2 buttons that we have for the MCQ and open-ended. So underneath here, the first thing we'll do is import the button, right? So then we have give it a variant. So actually we'll put in the value first. So the first thing we'll have a multiple choice. So beside that, let's add a logo icon. So copy check from Lucid React. Let's give it a styling. So height of 4, width of 4, and margin right of 2. Alright, and then we have another button down below that. It will be contain open-ended. So in front of that, let's add another icon, book open, right? Some styling of width 4, height of 4, margin right of 2. Okay, so we have these 2 buttons, but it looks kind of ugly now. So let's add a separator in the middle. So we need to download that separator component from Shadcn. Separator, install that, press yes. Okay, so import it separator from our component UI. Okay, let us close this thing. Let's save it. So it looks a little better, but I mean it's like it's horizontal, so the orientation should be actually vertical. Okay, cool. So now it looks just a little better, but let's not make it rounded on the sides, so to make it look more seamless. So on the first button here, I'm gonna give it a variant. Sorry, so the button will actually have its own styling class name of width of half. So we're going to take up half of the width, rounded none, so it's not, we don't need to be rounded, we only want it to be rounded large on the left side. So this is what it will look like. So on the left side it will be rounded, but on the right side will be straight. And we'll do the same for this button right here. So width of half, rounded none, but instead of being rounded on the left, it'll be rounded on the right, large. So now we create this nice effect over here. Okay, that's good. So how do we create this switch thing? We also want to maintain this in a state, right? So if you remember, we have a state here, type open-ended. So based on this type in the form, we want to basically control whether it is a white color or black color to indicate which one has been selected. So for this button, I'm going to come down here, I'm going to do variant. So if I change the variant manually to, let's say, ghost, or like a secondary, right, it will be this kind of color, which we want, right? But we want to manually go and control it based on the type that has been passed in. So we can control it by doing form. So this form is the variable from React hook form. We do form.get values, we get the type. So basically, if the type of the input is if the type of input is MCQ, right, we want it to be a default variant, else we want it to be a secondary variant. We've saved that, and then let's do the same thing for the button below, right? So under the button, let's copy it down, except that in this case this will be changed to open-ended. Let's save that here. Okay, so now it basically reflects based on whether it's open-ended or MCQ, right? So when we click on the button, we actually want to manually change the state within the form, and we can do that by passing in an onClick function to the button. So when the second button is clicked, so this is open-ended, right? So when it is a click, we'll do form.setValues, set value, the type to be open-ended, and we do the same. So we copy this, we do the same for the first button, except this will be changed to MCQ. Let's save that. Okay, so right now we can see that when we press on it, it doesn't work because it's trying to submit the form, right? But the thing is, all we need to do is pass in the type to a button. So because by default any buttons within a form is viewed as a submit button, so if we add this button field, button type, it will tell it not to submit but rather act like a regular button. So the reason now why it looks like it's stuck is because the form doesn't when the form change, the state doesn't update. So when the state doesn't update, it doesn't refresh. So in order for this thing to actually work, we must come down here and do form.watch. So this form.watch will basically re-render the whole entire component whenever the state change. So now when we come down here and we click on it, it will change the state within the form, and then it will re-render the component, which will reflect perfectly whatever we've shown here in terms of the variance. Okay, that's awesome. So now we have a working input form. So if we submit, we can see the correct output. So this will be MCQ. If we change it to open-ended and we do like cats and try to submit, so it reflects nicely on our alerts. So that's good. Okay, we are making good progress. So now the next thing I want to do is more of a back-end thing. So we have set up all the quiz forms properly. We want to set up the game functionality, and how are we going to store the game within the database. So I'm going to just close everything here, and let's go into our Prisma, the schema, so our schema file, and let's define the games that we want to store. So first thing, we want to define what a game will entail. So a game is basically when, let's say I create a new quiz, it's going to contain all the questions, it's going to contain the game type, right? So for the game model, we're going to have the ID, which will be a string. It will default to whatever this CU ID is, right? And then we have a user ID, which is a string. So each user is tied to a game. So each game belongs to a user, and a user can have multiple games. So it's a one-to-many relationships. And also we have a time started. So what time did the game start? It'll be a date time type. So for the topic, it'll be a string. Okay. The time ended, it will also be a date time, but it's optional, therefore the question mark. So the game type, let's define an enum. So enum is basically we restrict the domains of the type. So game will create a new enum called game type. It can either be MCQ or open-ended. So this game type will have this game type. Yeah, that's a tongue twister. Okay, so now that we have that, we want to link it to the user, right? So we have this user. Let's just auto-complete it. Let's just trust what Copilot's giving me. So it's just basically linking this game model to the user table using this relation field. And then we just need to add the index, right? We add this index such that Prisma is able to properly identify the connection. So we will save that. We can see that the game now is linked to the user. So one game has one user and one user has many games. Okay, that's good. So each game will have also a lot of questions, right? So how do we define what a question will look like? So we create a new model. So a new model is just a table within the database. So we'll create a new model called question. So a question will have the ID, which is a string, which is ID, and by default will be something ID, a unique ID. So it will have the actual question, right? So it will be a string, and we have the answer. You also have an answer field, which is also a string. You will have a game ID. So basically, each question is linked to a game, and a game can have multiple questions. So that's also a one-to-many relationship. So that's how we map a one-to-many relationship in Prisma. So each question will have a game ID, right? So each question may also have options, right? It will be a JSON field, and basically this will only apply for MCQ questions. So this field will only apply for MCQ questions. So if it's MCQ questions, it's gonna have a JSON array of a bunch of 4 options, okay, including the answer within it. And then we have percentage correct, right? This is going to be a float, and this will only be for the open-ended questions. So because we are matching the open-ended questions based on the similarity between the answer and the user input, we'll have this field within that to store that. It's going to be optional also. And we'll have a question type, which is just the game type enum. So it can either be MCQ or open-ended. And lastly, we have the actual user answer, like whatever the user answered for this question, right? It will be optional string field. And we have to link it up to the game, right? So game is going to have this reference to that, and we'll have to index it to be a game. If we save that, okay, so everything works. So that's how we model the one-to-many relationships between a game, a user, and the questions. Okay, that's good. Let me just check. Alright, so there's actually another field underneath here for is correct. It's gonna be a boolean, right? So this is for MCQ questions only, right? So for this percentage correct is for open-ended questions to check their correctness. For is correct, it's just a boolean whether the MCQ is correct or not. So let me check if everything looks fine before we go and commit it. Okay, so for the game, right, there will be the user question. So the questions, so we don't call it question, we call it questions, right? Time started, ID, user ID. So I think everything looks good. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna do npx prisma db push. So basically you would look at the schema and you will create all the tables for us within the Planet Scale database. Okay, awesome. So I really love Prisma because of such good developer experience. Okay, so now that we've set up the game and question model, we have the Prisma up. So I want to show you another neat feature of Prisma. If you come into the terminal and press npx Prisma Studio, right, you'll open a tab for us, right, and we can basically browse our database through this website. So we can see all the models, and we can see the game table and question table has been generated. And we can also browse the user. So in this case, we can see the user like this, my name. You can see my email, everything, my accounts. So it's linked to a Google account, which we can see is a Google provider. Yeah. So we can even add values here, delete values, and do more things like that. So that's another neat feature of Prisma. It gives you that database client to go and search and browse through your data. Yeah. Alright, so now that we have set up the Prisma database, let's move on to the actual AI part of it. I think this is the most interesting part of the application. How do we actually use GPT OpenAI API to generate these questions? So I think the challenge here is getting the AI to generate proper JSON, because GPT doesn't have any idea of what JSON is. It just tries to generate a piece of text. And if you want it in a JSON format, you have to go and try your luck to parse the JSON based on the string that it outputs. And sometimes GPT doesn't output valid JSON, like maybe it doesn't close the double quotes, or maybe it appends some invalid strings and make the whole JSON object invalid. And in that case, it will crash your entire program and you cannot have the proper JSON object. And so I was doing research on how to actually get the GPT to generate proper JSON, and I came across this video and this library by this guy called John Tan. So he created a YouTube tutorial on how he wrote a Python library that basically uses kind of auto GPT. Basically, it feeds the input into GPT and looks at the output JSON. If the JSON output is invalid, it wouldn't feed the error alongside the output back into GPT itself, and you ask it to go and repair the JSON itself. So all credits go to this guy. I'll link all his description and the library down below in the description. But basically what we're trying to do is, because this is a Python library and I wanted to use it in a JavaScript environment, I basically converted his library, his Jupyter notebook. So I looked through his Jupyter notebook and I converted his Python library, Python script, into a JavaScript function for us to call. Okay, so for that we're gonna come down to the library. We'll come down to source. Inside the library, we're gonna create a file called gpt.ts. So this is where we're gonna house the GPT function that we're gonna use. Okay, so I'm gonna paste in the code, right? So I have already created a Pastebin here. I've created a Pastebin such that we can copy in. So I'll give you this Pastebin link also. It will just be, let me just walk you through what it does, right? So I'm gonna close it. So everything here will be in the description. So we are basically configuring OpenAI, downloading the library. So let's do that first. So npm install OpenAI. So while that's installing, So basically we'll pass in the key, and the whole gist of the function, the whole gist of the library is literally just one function, which is strict output. So it will accept a lot of parameters like the system prompt, the user prompt, and the most important part is this output format. We are able to tell this function, we are able to tell GPT what kind of JSON output are we expecting. So basically it just does a lot of regex checking to make sure that the input is valid. So they will call the response like OpenAI.create check completion, passing in the model and the messages. And the interesting part here, the really interesting part here is this. So look at this try catch block. So it will try to parse the result out from ChatGPT. If it fails, it will catch it. And then it will tell us the error message, and it will make a recursive call back into it, and then it will try to feed the error message back into GPT and ask it to generate and fix itself again. So we're able to pass, how many times do we want to retry and passing into ChatGPT? So by default it's going to be 3 times, but we can configure that whenever we call the function. Yeah, so we don't have to worry about how to actually how the function works. We just need to know how to use this function, and I'm going to bring you through how to do that. Okay, so the first thing is, let's just save this file. So we need an OpenAI API key. So let us get that OpenAI API key. So let's go to OpenAI. Let's try to search for their API. So sign up. We'll go to, so to get the API key, we'll come down to their dashboard. We'll look for their view API keys. In this case, I'm gonna first delete all these API keys first. Right. So I'm gonna create a new key. Called quiz me5 -YouTube. Right, so I create this key. So don't worry, I'm gonna delete this key after I post the video. So don't try to like use my key for that, right? Also, I'm gonna copy this key. I'm gonna come down to our .env file. So look at this GPT. It's expecting a process.env.openAI API key. So we just need to come down here, define OpenAI API key. We'll paste in the API key from that, and that's all we need from the website. Okay, thank you GPT. So we'll save that, and then then basically when we save that, we are able to create a new API configuration, and we are able to call the GPT API. Okay, so let's actually look at how we're able to call this strict output. Okay, so now that we have set up the API, the GPT API, let us now try to create a REST endpoint to call the GPT API such that we're able to get a list of questions. So to create an API root within NextJS 13.4, we come down to app, and so we do under /API. So under the API folder, let's create a new folder for ourselves called questions, and under that we create a new file called root.ts. So this root.ts is similar to the page.ts. That means it's a special file name. So any function that we export here, so export cons post, right? So any function that we export here will basically be an API endpoint created for us, and the function exported, the name, will match the HTTP verb. So if you want to create an endpoint, let's say /get/API/questions, it will create this API folder, come down to questions, you look at root.ts, and you look at the HTTP verb. So in this case, it will accept a request, which is a request object, and response as a response object, a response class. Okay, so let's just test it out first. We can return a next response. So we can import next response from next/server. We can call .json. We can pass in, let's say, hello world. Right? Let us try that, but let us change it to get so we can actually test out that endpoint. So if we come down to localhost 3000 /API/questions, this is gonna be a get request, right? So therefore we can see the hello world is being returned from here. So that's the beauty of it. Okay, so now let us actually pull up our REST client. Let me see if I can get that up there. Okay, let's get this up. So we can see that /API/questions, if we do a post request, we send it, we can see that the method not allowed. So in order to create a post endpoint, let us do export const post equals to async request as a request object, response as a response object. Right, so let us do the same, just return this, return copy paste. So let's try the insomnia, send, and can we see that it returns the hello world. So how do we actually pass in the body? So when we're in the front end, like let's say we're on this form, right, we want to basically send a request to send a topic, the amount, and the type of the question. And we want the endpoint to return us with a list and array of questions, right? So how do we receive the request body? So for that, let us do this. So let's just delete this get request because we'll be using post request in order to get the questions. So let me just comment here. This will be mapped to /API questions. Okay, so this will be a post request. Okay, in order to get the body, right, we do const body equals to await request dot request.json. Yeah, so this will return us the JSON body, and it's async function, so we have to call await on it, which is okay because we define the function as async. And basically now what we're going to do is, because this is not type safe, right, this is any type, it's any type, how do we make sure that it returns us with the correct data? That's where Zod comes in. Do you remember the schema that we created under the form? We wanted this quiz creation schema, right? We can actually use this quiz creation schema to define the body. Actually, we can just use this quiz creation schema, right? So let's import that. So import quiz creation schema from that. And so what we want to do is we want to parse it, right? So this let's destructure. Quiz creation schema has a function called parse, right? We'll parse the body. So whenever we parse the body, right, if it succeeds, right, whatever is here, we can destructure the amount, the topic, and also the type. So that's the beauty of Zod. If this function succeeds, we are guaranteed that the body will have the correct type, right? If not, it will be wrapped in a try-catch block. So let's wrap everything in a try-catch block. If we have an error, what do we want to do? We want to catch the error, right? So we can check if error instance of Zod error, right? Import Zod. So that means if this fails, it will throw an error, right? So if the error is instance of, right? So instance is just one word, instance of. We want to return a next response.json. We want to return error.issues, and basically we want to pass in a status of 400, which means invalid input. Okay, but the thing is, if it succeeds, then we know that for sure it's gonna have these inputs, which is what's beautiful about it. Okay, so let's now try to call the function, right? So let's first define the questions. Let questions equals to an array of any, right? So this is where we're gonna store the questions that's generated by the output. So let's try to check the type, right? If the type equals to MCQ, so you see this autocomplete, this comes from the schema. So if the type is MCQ, what do you want to do? We can actually call the strict GPT, right? So we do questions equals to await strict GPT. Do I have the strict GPT? Strict output. So this strict output is imported from our library, GPT library, right? So what do we have to pass in? So we can see that we first pass in the system prompt. It's basically telling the AI what its role is. So we tell it, let me just copy paste this in. You know what, actually I can type it out, it's not that long. You are a helpful AI that is able to generate a pair of questions and answers. The length of the answer should not exceed 15 words. Right, so we're just basically telling the GPT what it should do. Should not exceed 15 words. And also we want you to store all the pairs of answers and questions in a JSON array. Okay, so we save that, and then so that's the first input is a system prompt. The second input to this custom strict GPT function is the user prompt, right? The user prompt is basically what do we want it to actually do. Okay, so what do we want it to do? So what do we want to do? We want it to you are to generate a random hard open-ended question about the topic. So let's template string it. In order to do that, we'll change it to backticks. Okay, and then finally we want the last output here is the output format. So this is where we define the JSON structure in which we want GPT to output. So basically we want the object to have a question, which is just the question. So this is a description of the GPT telling you what the field is. So in this case, it's just self-explanatory. So we tell it just on the question. And for the answer, it will be answer with max length of 15 words. Okay, so in this case, actually, for this question, this output will be for the open-ended, right? For the open-ended question. For the MCQ, we'll have another branch here. But in this case, open-ended, we want it to generate question and the answer with the max length of 15 words. Okay, so let's just save this, right? And we, of course, if this succeeds, right? If this succeeds, we want to return the response, the JSON of questions. Okay, we'll return the just questions, and we'll have a status of 200. Okay, let's try out this endpoint. So I'm gonna open my Insomnia, which is just like a postman. We can enter. Okay, let's just try it. If we pass in invalid JSON, right? Send. It's gonna give us, look, this is the Zod object that is being passed here. This return error.issues is this is the Zod input validation. So we are sure that this will work. It has given us the type safety. So now we're gonna pass in the amount. Let us say we want to generate 3 questions first. So let's send the question. Okay, in this case we have not done the MCQ, but let's just pass in open-ended. So we'll give you a topic of first impressions. Let's zoom in so that we can see. Send it in. So now it's waiting, so it's running the thing, and we can say that it works, right? So it's able to pass in the question. It gives us a question object, right? So this question comes from this question here, and then it's able to pass in give us one object of a pair of question and answers based on the first impressions topic. Okay, so the thing is now is it only is able to generate 1 pair, even though we're passing 3. So actually, why is that so? So the second part of how to actually use this strict GPT is if you want it to generate an array of stuff for this user input, this second argument here, this has to be an array, right? So if you want it to generate 2 questions, we have to pass in an array, right? And then the array will contain 2 of the same prompts. So the first prompt will be this, and the second prompt, because we want to generate the same type of user prompt, we'll pass in like this. So we actually, if we pass in an array of 2, right, and let's try running it, JSON. Okay, because right now we have not used the amount yet. We have not used the amount variable within our code. So we can see that, okay, in this case it kind of fails. I'm not sure why. Okay, but basically we have to pass in based on the amount of number in the array, it will basically loop through each user prompt and try to generate one for us. So if we want to basically use this amount variable to generate this, what we can do is we can do array pass we can do a new array passing the amount. So this will generate us with a new array with that length. So if we pass in array amount of 5, it's going to generate a new array with 5 empty slots. Then we can do .fill, so it will fill up everything, and we'll just pass in this user prompt here. So this is the same thing as just passing in the array with many of that user prompt. Let's save this now. So now this will actually work. Let's try it. So we pass in amount of 3. Let us send the request, and let's hope that it will work. So it's taking a while because it has to send requests. Okay, so sometimes it doesn't work. The reason why is because, let me check. New rate of field. Let's look at the console. Oh, there's a lot of things here. Okay, so the reason why it consoles logs out is because we can see that this is current invalid JSON format. This is what the function is doing. So if we go into the string output here, we get able to scroll down. You can see if it fails, let's look for current invalid JSON, right? So it's basically passing in the error back into GPT. So if it logs it out in the console, it means that something has failed inside, right? So that means something is running wrong with GPT. It's not our function that's failing itself. So maybe let's try to give it another prompt, and let's see if that works. So botanic garden. Let's try sending it. Okay, so in this case it works perfectly. So we can see that it gives us a question object, and it has array of 3 items, each one with a question and answer pair. So this question and answer pair is what is being mapped in these 2 keys. So let me just Okay, let me just not demonstrate it. But so we have now done the open-ended. So now let's do the other branch. Else if type equals to MCQ. So we're gonna do something very similar to this strict GPT, except now is I'm going to do questions equals to await a strict output. So we're gonna first pass in you are a helpful AI that is able to generate MCQ questions and answers. The length of each answer should not exceed 15 words. Okay. Alright. So then for the second one, we want you to pass in an array, right? So we do new array of the amount dot fill, and this time we want it to basically say you are to generate a random MCQ question about the topic which we pass in from the input. And lastly, this is the output format, right? So how do we actually want it to look like? We're gonna have a question, which is a question, and then we have the actual answer to the question, which is answer with a max length of 15 words. And we have 3 options. So option 1 will just be option 1, let's just call it first option with max length of 15 words, and we'll do the same for option 2 and 3. So basically it will output the JSON in this format, and basically we got these 4 options, right? Basically we get these 4 options including the answer. We can then mix it up together, and then we have an option with 4 options, MCQ with 4 options. So in that case, let us save this, and now let's try it. So instead of open-ended, let's try passing in the parameter of MCQ. Let us send the question, and in this case, yes, it works great. So for this, it passes in an array, so you can see that it generates the question, answer, option 1, option 2, option 3. So now we can take these 4 things and we can use it as the options to the questions. So we're doing great. We're doing honestly really beautiful at this point. I'm really excited. So now that we have created this endpoint, right? Let's protect the endpoint, right? Because we don't want anyone just spamming this endpoint. So what we can do is we do const session equals to await get auth session, right? If we don't have a session .user, that means no one's logged in, so someone is spamming the endpoint. We just want to return a next response of you must be logged in to create a quiz. What's wrong with this? If not session, oh, yep, of course, just a question mark. Optional chaining. Let me just do that. Okay. So if there's no, if the user is not logged in, we must say you must be logged in to actually hit this endpoint. We just return them a status of 401 unauthorized. Okay. So that's awesome. We have created the endpoint for the AI generation. Okay, we're doing great. So we have created the REST endpoint to get the questions. So now let's create the endpoint to create a game. So whenever someone submits this form, right, we want to create a game object within our database that stores all the questions and the game type and the start time and things like that. So for that, let's close up the tab and clean up first. So under API, I'm going to create a new folder called game, and then under that we'll have a root.ts. So this will map to /API/game. So let's export a function, export async function called post. So when we post to this endpoint, we want to create a new game. So request is going to have a request type, response is going to have a response type. Okay, so let us do the try catch block first. So let us protect the root. So const session equals to await get auth session. If we don't have a session .user, we want to basically return a next response of .json, passing an error, say you must be logged in, pass a status of 401 for unauthorized. Okay, so if we get that, let's try to parse the body. So this game object, this game body will need topic, number of questions, and also the type, right? So how do we parse that? So remember we have this quiz creation schema. Let's import that down here. So quiz creation schema. Okay, so underneath here we're gonna try to get the body first. Cause body equals to await request.json, right? Then we'll destructure it equals to quiz creation schema dot parse body. So if this succeeds, we are sure that it's gonna have an amount, topic, and also type. So that's the beauty of TypeScript. So the error is if error instance of sort error, right? What do we want to do? We just return a next response of next response with the error, which is the error.issues. Let us give it a status of 400. Okay, so we have the amount, topic, and the type, right? So now let's actually try to create a game. So how do we actually get access to the database? So remember we created this under our library. We created this db.ts, so we can import the Prisma from there. Okay, let's close that up. So we do await, so const game equals to await Prisma, import from db.ts, prisma.game.create, right? Want to create, we pass in the data. So we press Control Space, we get to see everything that we need. So for game type, we need to have the type, which is either MCQ or open-ended, right? We match the type of this. We have time started, which is, let's just initialize it to a new server date, new date. The user ID is gonna be the session.user.id. So this session comes from here, and the user ID is basically just to link up the user to the game. And we have the topic, right, which is just the topic that is passed into the function here. Okay, so we have this, we created the game. Now we want to create the actual questions, right? So how do we get the questions? Remember we set up a REST endpoint, right? So we can just hit the endpoint. So let us first use Axios. So I don't think we have Axios installed, so let's do that. npm install Axios. So let's import Axios from Axios. Okay, so we want to hit our own endpoint, right? So what I want to do is let us just const response equals to await Axios dot post. So what do we want to hit? We want to hit http://localhost port 3000, which is the server port. Then we do /API/questions, right? So it's hitting our own REST endpoint that we just set up just now. So what do we need to pass in? So remember we need to pass in the three things, right? We pass in the amount, the topic, and the type. So based on that, it will generate the questions for us. So let's catch the error. This could throw an error, like the JSON API could throw an error. So we catch the error. So if the error is not instead of result error, we'll just have to return a next response of .json error something went wrong. Oops, something went wrong. Okay, with a status of 500 internal server error. Okay, so if this succeeds, we know that this response will contain data, right? Data. So this data will contain the object of questions, right? Questions, which is just the actual array of the questions that we want. Okay, so first, right, the first thing I want to do is replace this localhost 3000. We don't hard code any URLs in this project. So let's go into our env file. Let's create a new variable called API URL. Let's initialize to just which is http://localhost 3000. We'll save that. So then we can access it here. So let us just make this into a template string first. Template string is gonna hold our process.env.api URL, right? /API/questions. So this data will actually contain our questions. So now let us do the type. So if the type of the game is MCQ, what do we want to do? Right? We want to basically loop through this object, right, and then create the proper questions. So remember within our Prisma.schema, each question will have question, answer, game ID options, right? We want to map the output of the Insomnia output of the API into the proper format. So what I'm gonna do is we want to eventually do await Prisma.questions.create many, right? And we pass in the data, and this is gonna be the array of questions that we're gonna do. So I'm gonna just do as many data, and let's create the many data here. So what I'm gonna do is many data is going to be data.questions, right? So we get the data inside have an object called questions.map. So you're gonna take question. What is it gonna be? It's gonna be an MCQ question, right? So let us define a custom type within here, because we only can be use it in this place. So type MCQ question. It's just gonna have the question as a string. We're gonna have answer as a string. Then option 1 is gonna be a string. Option 2 as a string. Option 3 as a string. Right? This is mapped from the Insomnia page here that we can see. Option 1, option 2, option 3. So with that, what we're gonna do is we'll take this we're gonna try to let's just do this. We can destructure. What can we actually destructure? It's gonna return question is gonna be question.question. Answer is gonna be question.answer. So this question comes from here, right? And then we have the options. So how do we actually format the options? Let's create a new array called options. It's gonna have question.answer, question.option1, question.option2, question.option3. So we're gonna put it in an array, and we're gonna try to shuffle up the array so that when we send it to the front end, it's gonna be randomized. So we can do the sort by doing options equals to options.sort math.random minus 0.5. So if you use this, it will just mix it up randomly. So then we can actually pass in the options, right? We can do as json.stringify options, because in our prisma.schema we specify the options as a JSON string, right? So we have to pass it as a string using json.stringify. Then we have the game ID, so it's linked to a game, right? It's gonna have the game.id. So this game variable comes from when we created the game just now. Okay, so the last thing we need is the question type. For in this case, it's gonna be MCQ, because we are in the MCQ branch. Alright, so now that we have this many data, we can call await prisma.create question.create many, and we pass in that many data. So if the type is MCQ, we do this. However, else if question if type equals to open-ended, what do? We're gonna do we declare that open question type is gonna have just a question string and answer as a string, right? There's no options for that, right? So then we can do await let's do await prisma.question dot create many. Data is many data. So I'm gonna do let many data equals to data dot questions dot map. So each question is gonna be an open question, right? What am I gonna return in this object? I'm going to return the question being the question dot question, right? Then the answer is gonna be question dot answer. The game ID is gonna be game.id, and also the question type in this case will be open-ended. Then we can pass in the many data. So the Prisma question.create many will actually create all these questions for us and store it within the database. So each question will be its own row within the question table. And so we're doing good, and actually that's all there is. So we have created the questions and we have linked it up to the game. And finally we can just return next response .json. We can pass in the game ID, game.id. So based on this game ID, we can then redirect the users. So let me explain how the flow will work. When we submit this form, when we submit this quiz creation form, it's gonna hit this endpoint. It's gonna create the game. It's gonna create the questions. It's gonna store the game and questions within the database. Then it's gonna return me the game ID, and with this game ID, I'm gonna basically route it to a new route called /play/game ID. Then that is where the actual game function will work. So now let's save this. And so we have set up the REST endpoint to create game and questions, so we're doing really well. Okay, so now that we have created the endpoint for creating a game, let's now link up the actual form. So right now we just have this form, but when we press submit, it's just alerting out. We're just alerting out the input. So now let's actually submit to the endpoint, and then we redirect the user to the actual game route. So let us, to hit the endpoint, we're using something called React Query, which is a wonderful library for doing mutations and basically anything that has to do with sending REST API requests to server and syncing it to the client. So React Query, if you are not familiar with, is my absolute favorite library when it comes to just dealing with state, because we don't have to go and worry about loading states, error states. React Query handles up everything for us. So to begin using React Query, we have to install it. So we do it's gonna be under 10 stack /React Query, I believe, I hope. So it's gonna be under 10 stack /React Query. And so while it's installing, let me just walk you through. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna first import something called use mutation from at 10 stack /React Query, right? So this is the quiz creation form. We're back on the quiz creation form, right? So let me just close that up first. So when we submit, right, we want to basically hit the endpoint to create a game. So how do we actually hit the endpoint? So let me just define define the function to hit the endpoint. So we'll do cons. We'll call the use mutation function. So what's mutation? Mutation is like, by definition, is the changing of something, right? So when we want to hit an endpoint that changes something on the server, we use the use mutation hook. So this use mutation, it takes in a few attributes. So the first thing it takes in is a mutation function. So what is the function that actually mutates the data on the server? It's actually the Axios request to the endpoint, right? So we do a mutation is an async function, right? What does the async function do? The async function will just take const response equals to, will await Axios, so input Axios dot post /API /game. So we are creating a new game, and what do we pass into that object? So before we actually pass in, right, to ensure end-to-end type safety, we want to import the quiz creation schema, which we have here, this type input, right? So we can actually, under here, we can actually destructure amount, topic, and type, and this will come from the input type that we have defined up here, right? So it will tell us the input is a string, topic is a string, type is MCQ or open-ended, and amount is a number. So with that information, we can then pass that in. We can pass that in to our payload. So it's gonna have the amount, the topic, and the type. So we're gonna make sure that we'll be sure that this works. And then now that we have that, we can then return response.data. So basically we hit the endpoint and then return the data. So with this mutation function, we can destructure this called mutate, and we can rename it to whatever we want. In this case, we will retain it to get questions. So this is actually, it will create the game and also get the questions for us, right? And for this, we can also destructure a variable called isLoading. So whenever we hit the endpoint, while the endpoint is still being hit and waiting for the response, this state will basically tell us whether we are still loading the questions from it. Then based on that loading state, we can create the nice loading animation to inform the user what is happening on the backend. Okay, so now that we have this get questions function, let us actually call it within the onSubmit. So when we submit the form, we can call get questions, right? We can see that it will require, what does it require? Amount, topic, and type. So this amount, topic, and type comes from this input thing here that we pass in here. So we just pass in amount, which is input.amount, the topic is input.topic, and type is input.type. So this input comes from the actual inputs here. So I hope they can connect the dots. So after we have gotten the questions, right, we pass in the second parameter. It gives us a lot of nice function. So the first thing it tells us is on success. So if it's successful, what does it return us? So remember when we hit the endpoint, when we hit this /API /game, right, what does it return us? It returns us with this object with the game ID with it. So if it succeeds, we can expect that there's an object within it called game ID. So we are ensured of that. So this game ID, what can we do with that? We can do router.push. So how do we actually navigate it to the play page? So let's just get the router, const router equals to use router, which comes from next navigation, not next router, remember that? So we'll do router.push. So the way I name it was /play/MCQ/game ID. Right. So we must check whether the type is MCQ or open-ended. So we can do the check by saying if form.get values of type, if this equals to open-ended, so then we want to just navigate them to open-ended, right? However, else, right, that means it has to be a MCQ. We do the same, so we push them to MCQ. So based on the type that they enter, we just push them in, and then we'll just give them the game ID. So in the URL later on, we have to extract the game ID and basically display the game information. And remember, since that we saw the questions in the game, with the game ID, we are able to extract out the questions and do the actual game logic. So we are doing awesome. So now let's save this, right? And let us also come down here. So look, no query client set. Okay, so the second part of setting up React query is we must wrap the entire application in yet another provider. So let's go under providers, right? So the providers, what do we need? We need to wrap it in a query client provider, which comes from 10-stack query. So let's import it. Import a session provider from, it's not session provider, sorry, query client from 10-stack React query. We also need query client provider, query query client provider, and the last thing we need is use, wait, do we need use query? Yeah, we don't need use query, we just need these two. So what we do here is we gotta wrap the entire app in query client provider, right? We'll wrap the entire thing here, format it, so here, and it needs a query, it needs a client variable. So we get the client, so const query client equals to new query client, which we import in from React query. So then we pass in the client to be query client, and with that we can start using React query. And the reason why we need that provider is because React query does a lot of caching for us. Let's say we are on one page, right, and we have fetched we fetch data from an endpoint. If you go to another page and then React query realize that, oh, actually I've just fetched the data from this page just a few seconds ago, I can reuse the data. So that's why we have this provider, such that it's able to store this cached cache variable, cache memory, such that it's able to reuse the data fetched from the server in all parts of the code. So that's the reason why we need the provider for that. So now that we have that, we can see that everything is working fine now. So let's walk through what will happen when we actually submit this. Okay, so when we submit it, on submit, it's gonna call this get questions. It's gonna pass in these three things. These three things will come into here. These three things here. We will do an Axios post to the endpoint/game to create the game and the questions, passing in the topic, and then if it works, it will return response or data. This response or data will be passed on to the onSuccess function. We'll destructure the game.id. Based on the types, we then route them to different routes. So I hope that you're able to understand that. Okay, so actually we want to utilize this is loading state, right? So let's come down here, and then let's do button. So disabled. So we want to show some loading state, right? So we want to disable the button if it's loading. Is loading. Okay, so now let's actually try running the code to see whether it works. I'm gonna open my console, just clear this off first. Let's give the topic of cats. We pass into MCQ. Let's submit. So we can see that it's loading. So since it's loading, it's hitting the endpoint. Okay, and in this case, there is an error. So let us try to investigate what's error. So let's see why there is such an error. Okay, so we can see that /API/game, we hit this /API/game, but there's a 500 internal server error, which means that something went wrong. And if something went wrong, we have to go and investigate it. So how do we go and investigate it? Let us check the code. Okay, so after doing some checks, I realized that, look, it says error, you must be logged in to create quiz. So I guess basically when we are in this create game, right, and then we basically call this function, remember we call the endpoint /API/create questions. We do not pass in any credentials headers into that. Therefore, when we actually hit the endpoint, it doesn't allow us to pass this part. So I can't figure out a way to integrate NextAuth credentials into a normal API call. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to comment it out. So I mean, it's bad practice. You should probably find a way to protect the endpoint. But in this case, I'm just going to comment it out just for the video's sake. So if that works, I'm going to try again. I'm going to refresh the page. Right, let's try running it with like Elliot's wave. Generate, let's say 5 open-ended questions and submit. So if this works, right, you will try to generate the questions, store the questions in the database, create a game, return us with the game ID, and redirect us to /play/game. So it will redirect us, which is good. So let's check the Prisma Studio to see if the questions are generated. In this case, that's perfect. So you can see that we asked to generate 5 questions, and it did generate 5 questions. So it should create a new game for us, right? So we can see the topic is Elliot's wave, and we can see the each game. So the game ID here is something like CLKF, right? So each question is also connected to each game, and with the 5 questions. So that's really good. So now we can actually start with the creation of the game. Okay, we're doing really well. So now that we are on this endpoint, let's actually try to create a quiz page. So let's look at the URL to see what's exactly going on. So here we have let's see. So we have localhost 3000 /play /open-ended, and we have the game ID here. So let's create a page for that. So how do you actually map the slug, which is the URL, to the actual page? So let's come back to the app. We'll come to app. We'll create a new folder called /play. Right? We have a folder called open-ended. Right? So it should match whatever thing here we have. So in this case, it will be open-ended. And then finally, under the open-ended folder, we'll create in square brackets game ID, right? And then finally, we create a page.tsx. Okay, so this is the folder structure now. We have a folder called play /open-ended /game ID /page.tsx. So then we can do tsrafce, Then this is what? Open-ended page. Okay, good. That's perfect. Okay, so let's also create the slash MCQ page. So under slash play, we also do MCQ. Then under that we do game ID. Then finally we do another page.tsx. So let us go back to Quizmify, the quiz platform. We do tsrafce. So this will be MCQ page. Alright, so let's just redirect back to a kind redirect. So go to quiz. We'll enter topic like Elliot's wave. Let us do the MCQ part first. Alright, so let's do 5 MCQs. Submit. So while it's waiting, so basically later we'll do the nice loading state, but for now we're just disabling the button. So we finish all the game logic first, then we do the aesthetic changes. So let's wait for that to submit. And okay, so it has generated and it has redirected us to the play page. So we're now on this MCQ page. So what can we actually do with that? So let's first make this component async, right? So we want to fetch the game first. So how do we get the game ID from the slug? What we can do is, under the props, right? If it's a server component, it actually gives us params, is an object, and we have this game ID, which is a string. So this game ID, right, it has to perfectly match whatever is in this square bracket. So if you name it like ABC, this will also be ABC, right? So with this game ID, we can destructure, so params, and then under that we have game ID. So let's just return with game ID to make sure that it works. So we are able to see that a game is not defined, of course, it will be game ID. So this game ID should be the one reflected in the URL, which it is. So that's good. So now with the game ID, we can actually fetch the game using the ID. So because it's a server component, we can directly fetch database calls here. So because it's a protected page, let's do the protect route first. So we do con session equals to await get auth session. If not session dot user return redirect from next navigation slash so if we have that, we can actually fetch the game. So cos game equals to await Prisma. We import that from lib/db dot game dot find unique, right? So what do you want? Where the data, so where ID equals to game ID, right? And what do we want? So we want to create a join, right? We want to do a join. So how do we join the game with the questions? Because right now we have the game. Let me just log it out for you, then you can see. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do JSON.stringify game now 2. So let's look at what it looks like. So we fetch the database and we should be able to see the game. Okay, so we're able to see the ID, the user ID, we can see the time started, the topic, and the time ended. So actually where's the questions, right? Because we want the questions alongside the game such that we are able to generate the games, right? So what we can do is we do include, right? And because we have defined the one-to-many relationship, if you do question control tab, we can see that we can actually get the questions. We can set it to true. So it's basically saying we want to do a SQL join and include the questions inside. So if I save it now and let's look at the page, and now we can actually see all the questions, right? We can see all the thing that is being. So let me change it to a pre, then we can see it much better. So we'll be able to see the questions, which is an array. So it has an ID, question, answer, game ID. So we can see the options, which is a JSON string also. So that's really good. But on the front end, we actually don't want to give the answer, right? Because if we pass the answer back to the front end, the users might potentially see the answer and say, if they are tech savvy enough, they can actually review the network request and look at the answer. So how do we actually not display the answer? If we come down to questions, we can actually pass in this. We can do select. So we only want to select certain fields. In this case, we want the question ID. We want the question to be true and also the options to be true. Options to be true. If we save this and we run this, we can see that now we are only returning the ID, questions, and options. So then this prevents the client, which is whatever the customer, whoever is using the app, to go and try to cheat in this thing. So that's good. So let me just add one more check down here. If not game, so that means if we didn't find a game, so maybe someone come here and maliciously enter, let's say like ABC, and the game doesn't exist, I'm just gonna basically redirect them to the /quiz platform, right? So I'm gonna add another check. Basically, if the game.game type equals to not equals to MCQ, because we are on the MCQ page, right? We are doing /play/MCQ. If someone comes here and do /open-ended, right? And we are fetching an MCQ question, right? Because the game type here is MCQ, we know that someone is being malicious, so we're gonna kick them back into quiz also. So in this case, let's just save it first. So everything is gonna be the same for now. Alright, so now that we have this this JSON object, let's actually do the game page. So how do we do the game page? Let us create a new component for that. So let us come into slash components. Where are my components? Let us do mcq.tsx tsrace, right? So within the MCQ component, what kind of props do we want to receive, right? We want to pass in this entire game object into the MCQ, right? So we can just return MCQ, which is from components, and we want to pass in the game object, right? We want to pass in the game object, which is from here. Okay, so let us set up the props for that. So go into MCQ. We know that it has to accept game, but what does the game? How do we get the game type? And that's where Prisma comes in, right? So we can actually import game from this client, from the Prisma client, right? However, the issue here is the game doesn't actually include the questions, because right here we did a join, right? So that actually this game object, it also has questions, but in here we can see that it doesn't reflect that. We can see there's no questions array here. So what we have to do here is we have to do some manual TypeScript things. So we have to join it with questions. Is gonna be an array of question. So we can import that question from Prisma/client also. Okay, so because we are not taking everything from question, right? Remember we did a pick, so we know that it only has ID, question, and options. So what we want to do here is we do pick, which is a TypeScript thing. I think I've mentioned it before. Then what do we want? We only want the game ID. ID. We want the ID. We want the options, and also we want the question itself. Okay, so actually here should be the bar sign. Okay, so if we save that, everything works fine. So we can see the game is being properly passed into MCQ, and we are returning this component right here. And here we can also get the game. So with this game object, we can have the questions. We have everything here that we can start playing with. So let's start working on the front end, the UI first, because that's usually the easiest to do. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna return. So we want it to be a centered div, right? So I'm gonna return absolute. Absolute. Let me just move this over here so we get more space to look at the code. So top half, left half, then give translate x half, then translate y half. Okay, we have, when it's the medium screen, we want it to have a width of 80 view width, right? We have a max width of 4xl. Okay, on small screens we want a next width of 90 view width, and I think that's it for the big div. So this is the container div that wraps everything, right? Then within that div we have another div called flex row, and also justify between. Okay, so let me actually just show you on the actual platform so that we have a better idea of what we are coding. Okay, so let me start a game so that we can see what's happening. So let us get like Elliot's wave. We're doing MCQ for now. Wave 5 questions, so we can see what we're actually coding. Okay, so we have a few segments, right? We have this segment that talks about the topic and the timer. We have another segment for the counter, and then we have this card down here. Okay, so let's continue coding this down here. So we have, so here we'll actually hold the topic, right? The topic name. So it's gonna be a p tag. Underneath, I'm gonna give a span. So we have a class name of text slate 400. So this will have the game.topic. Okay. Sorry, this will actually be the topic, and then underneath the span will have the game.topic. And let's style this. We'll give it a class name of px-2 py-1. So it's a peel thing. Text white, rounded large bg slate 800. So this will be this peel thing over here, right? This topic. And then after that, under the p tag, so before the two closing tags, we have another div. So class name of flex, self start, margin top 3, text slate of 400. And then under here we have a timer. We import the icon. Let's give you a class name of margin right 2, And then here, let's just hard code the time here first. So let's save that and let's see how it looks like first. So right now we can see this, we have the timer, we have the topics here. Okay, that's good, that's good. So we'll come out to the div. So above the two closing divs, we'll actually have the MCQ counter, the counter that is shown here, this green and red. So I'm just gonna hard code that. We're gonna call that MCQ counter, right? But I'm gonna just comment that out first. We'll do the component out later. So we have this closing tag. So that's the first section here. Let's comment that out. So underneath the first section, we have the actual card that's being rendered, right? The question and the answers. So let's do a card, right? So we have a class name of width full, margin top of 4. Okay, then we have a card header, class name of flex, flex row, items center, right? Inside we have a card title. So that one also have a class name of margin right of 5, text center, divide y, divide zinc 600/50. Okay, and then inside here we have a div. So this will be like the question index. So which question are we currently on now, right? So let's just hard code that to be 1 first, and then we have basically another div, the class name of text base text slate 400, and inside here will be the total amount of questions. In this case, let's hard code it to be game.questions.length, right? So this is basically how many questions we have. So it'll be 1 out of 5 or 2 out of 5. So underneath the card title, just above the card header, we have the card description. Right under card description, the card description will have its own class name, flex grow and text large. And so inside the card description, let's just do so this will show the current question, what's the main principle, things like that. So let's hard code that what is the main principle, something like that. Okay, that's just for the hard code. So let's just see how it looks like first. Okay, so that's good. So let me see what we can do now. Okay, so now that we have this card, so we have to do the other section. So the next section we'll be doing is this 4 buttons for the options. So the options are gonna be wrapped in a div, right, with a class name of flex column, items center, justify center, width full, and margin top of 4. Inside the div, let us actually get the options. So how do I get the options, right? So I'm gonna do const options equals to react.use memo. So this use memo hook, if you are not sure, is basically when we are doing an expensive calculation in here to get a derived state. How do I say? When we're trying to calculate something, but we don't want it to recalculate every render, because this will be calculated every time the component re-renders, right? So if it's an expensive thing, like let's say we're doing json.parse, which we're doing here, so we're gonna return json.parse game.options, right? Options. So how do we actually get the current question? So we'll do current question equals to react.use memo, right? React.use memo. We have a question index which we haven't created, right? And basically we want to return game.questions, right? So the game has a questions array, right, at the question index. Let's declare the question index in a state question index. React.use state is 0, so it's gonna start off as 0, and basically every time this question index change, we will rerun this to get new current question. So then it will update, and then we'll return the index, the correct index. So we have to pass in the game.question also, so that the dependency array is correct. Okay, so basically anytime these two variables change, this question index or game.questions change, it will rerun this and then recalculate the current questions. And then to get the options of the current question, we pass in the current question. So whenever the current question change, we return json.parse current question.options. So this will return an array. And then this might not exist. So what we might have to do is, so we first check if not current question. So if we don't have the current question, we just return empty array. Then if we do have have options. We also want to return an empty array. Then finally we just return JSON.parse the options, right? So options is gonna be a string, and then we want to return as a string array, right? Which it is, right? Because the options is just an array of the string options. So we got the current question options. Let's replace some hard-coded value. So this will be question index plus 1, because this is 0 index base, right? Whereas we are showing 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5. So it will be plus 1. And then here we'll not hard-code it anymore. It will be current questions dot question. So let's save that, and we should be able to see okay, so use state again. So this is a client component, of course. So use client, let us save that. Then we can see, yes, so this is the correct question, and the index is also correct. The topic is also correct. Yes. So let me see. Okay, so for this pill, let me just add one more thing here. Let me just add a margin right of 2, so that we can push it a bit here. Okay, so that looks much nicer. So we have now hard-coded everything, and so now here we can actually put in the options. So for that we just let's do options dot map. So for each option we have an index. What are we gonna return? We're gonna return a button. So basically each option here, this black thing here, is gonna be a button by itself. We give it a key of index so that it can re-render more efficiently. Key of index. Okay, and then let us see why it's okay. It's okay. So in this button, we'll have another div, right? So flex item center justify start. Then within that div, we have a padding of 2, a div with padding of 2, and also padding x of 3. Margin right of 5, border, and rounded medium. Okay, so let's see what is this error. Here, options of map. The map actually takes in a function. My bad. So this will come down here. Options of map. This will return like this. Option and index. Okay, my mistake. So let's delete this like this. Then we'll have a closing bracket here. Maybe. Okay, so that's my mistake. So we just map through the options. For each option we have this div like this. Let's continue the styling. So after the rounded medium, we have index plus 1, right? Index plus 1, and then under that div, so before the closing div, we have a div called text start, and we'll actually display the actual option here. Let's save this and see how it looks. Okay, so now it looks kind of janked, and the reason is because the button has not been styled. So let's give the button some styling. So we'll give it a class name of justify start with full padding y of 8, and also rounded margin bottom of 4. Let's save that. You can see it looks much better, and it has expanded out fully. Okay, so we want to basically select, right? Basically we want to keep track of which button has been selected and change the variant based on that. So it's very similar to the quiz form that we did. So for that, I'm going to come and have another state. So it's going to be called selected choice. So it's going to be a number. So it's going to be a number, and it's going to start off with 0. So it's going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, right? So I'm going to come down here and do, so the variant, right? The variance is going to be if whether the selected choice is equal to the index. If it's equal to the index, that means the button is being selected, therefore we show the default variant. If not, we show the secondary variant. So let me save this, and now we can see the number 1 lights up. But then when we press on the other buttons, we want to change the state. So in order to do that, we add an on-click handler. Right, when it's being pressed, I'm just going to set the selected choice to the index. So let's save that, and now we can see that the buttons work and the state updates nicely. So now let's just add the last button for the submit. So underneath before the 2 closing divs, I'm gonna add a button, right? It's gonna say next. I'm gonna add a chevron right icon. Let's give it a styling of width 4, height 4, and margin left of 2. Let's save that. Height of 4 actually. Okay, that's perfect. So for the button, let me give it some class name of margin top of 2. Okay, awesome. So we're doing really well. So we have created the UI for the thing, and we've also bounded some of the game data onto the quiz UI itself. Alright, so let's also create the counter component. So we can see that this is really nice, beautiful counter with the logos indicating how many questions we got right and how many questions we got wrong. So let's create that component. So I'm going to come down to the File Explorer. Under Components, let's create the, what do we call it just now? We call it the MCQ counter, right? So let's do that. MCQ counter.tsx tsrefce. So then we can actually import it in the front end here. MCQ counter, save that, come to the MCQ counter component, and let's work on that. So what do you want to return? I'm gonna basically return a card. So it's gonna be a card underneath it. So let's give it some class name. Class name of flex row, items center, justify center, and also padding of 2. Right? We have a check circle 2 icon. We give it a color of green, size of 30. So this is from Lucid React. And then we have a span, class name of margin x of 3, text to Excel, text of just green color. And then here we'll store the correct answers. Let's say 2, 3. And then we have a separator from the UI ourselves. Then the orientation is also vertical. We want it to be vertically aligned. And then we have the wrong, right? So it's the span. Class name of mx3, text to Excel, text red. Inside the wrong answers, let's say 3. And then down here the icon will be X circle, color red and size 30. Let's save that, and we can see that it shows up here. So let's not hard code this. Let's receive it through props. So we'll do correct answers equals to a number. Then wrong answers will also be a number. We destructure the two things from there, correct answers and wrong answers. And then let us template it in the JXX, correct answers and also the wrong answers. Okay, good. So we have done the MCQ counter. So now let's see why it's not being aligned properly. What did I do wrong up here? So for this MCQ counter, we need to pass in, right? So for now, let's just pass in hard-coded values for 3 and 4. So it shows up nicely here. And for the timer, the reason why it's going crazy... Okay, so my mistake again. So underneath the second div under here, there should be another div called flex and flex call flex call, and then we have to basically wrap this entire part up here with that, and then we move the MCQ counter down by here, so everything is nicely formatted. So it's just like here, you can just copy from the repository, but that's how it looks like. So my mistake. Alright, so now we have done the styling. Let's do the actual functionality of the checking of the answers. So when we want to submit, well, we want to submit to an endpoint, and the endpoint basically tells us whether the answer is correct or not. So to create that endpoint, I'm going to come down to API. Let us do check answer folder. Inside we do routes.ts. Okay, so what will the check answer routes entail? So first we want to export async function called post. So it's a post endpoint. Request will be the request type. Response will be response. Okay. Response. So we want to basically check whether the user input is correct. So how do you define the user input? Let's create another schema within the quiz, right? So let's open the quiz schema. Let us export a new Zod schema, cons. Let's call it the check answer schema. It's gonna be z.object, and inside the z.object we want to have basically the question ID, which is a string actually, question ID, user answer, which is also a string, and I think that's it. So we just need the question ID and the user answer. So let's close that. We'll import the check answer schema from the form/quiz, and then let us actually do the function. So we'll do a try catch block. So let's just check first if error instance of zot error, right, we do return next response dot JSON error dot result errors. Is it error dot issues? Right, we'll pass in a status of 400, so invalid input. So if that works, let us try to get the body, cause body equals to await request.json. We destructure it, we do check answer schema.parse the body. So if this works, we ensure that it will have the question ID and also the user answer. Okay, that's good. So with that, now let's actually do the check. So first, let's get the question. So current questions equals to await Prisma. We import that from db.questions.find unique, right, where the ID equals to the question ID. If we do have a question, that means if we do not find a question with that valid ID, we want to return a next response with the JSON question not found status 404. Okay, so if after we got to this loop, that means we have found a question. Then now we actually want to update the question whether it's correct or not, right? So we do first we check if question type equals to MCQ. Okay, so actually before that, let's actually update the question. So await prisma.question.update where ID equals to question ID. What do you want to update? We want to basically update the data where the user answer is the user answer that we got up here. So after that, we can check the whether it's correct or whether it's similar. Because if you're doing MCQ, we are checking if it's directly correct. But if you're checking open-ended questions, we are checking in terms of similarity, which we'll do later on. We'll do the MCQ type first. So if the question type equals to MCQ, what do? We do const is correct. So this is a boolean. We do question.answer dot to lowercase dot trim, right, whether this equals to the user answer dot to lowercase dot trim. So basically we convert both the actual answer and the user input into lowercase and trim the white space of it, and if they match exactly, we know that this is correct. And so if it's correct, we do await prisma dot question dot update where ID equals to question ID and data equals to, we want to check is correct and update it to this is correct function. So this is for our statistic display later. And now that we have that, we can just return a next response.json passing in the is correct with a status of 200. So basically we have now this endpoint to basically check whether the MCQ question is correct, and if it's correct, in the JSON we'll pass in a attribute called is correct, whether it's a boolean, true or false. Okay, so now that we have the check answer endpoint, let's actually use it within our MCQ component. So let us do let's use React query. So we'll do const equals to use mutation, because we are we're not mutating anything. Actually we are updating whether the question is correct within the database. So it will take in the mutation function, right, which is an async function. So what will it take in? It will basically take in the, so it's just an async function. So we can basically get access to, we want to get the payload, right? So the payload is basically what we pass into, like const response equals to await axios dot post slash API slash check answer, right, and then pass in the payload. So what does the payload entail, right? The payload, we can get the type safety by doing z dot infer type of check answer schema. So this will basically return us, we need the user answer and question ID. So we get that two things by having the question ID being the current question.id, and also we have the user answer to be the selected choice. But it's not the selected choice, right? Because the selected choice is an index. So we need to actually go into the options at the selected choice. And let us actually move, let's move this function down, because we need access to the current question and selected choice. And right now it's above the to declaration, so I think it might show an error. So let's just move it down to below that. Okay, so let's destructure the mutate function. Let's rename it to check answer, and the structure is loading. We rename it to is checking. Okay, so we have this React query running up and running. And then after we get the response, return response.data. So let's actually run this check answer. So how do we, when we press next, right, we actually want to submit. So let's actually write a function called const handle next. So this handle next is gonna be wrapped in a use callback. So what is this use callback, you may ask? So use callback is very similar to use memo, in the sense that basically it memoizes a function. So every time a state change, right, it will re-render and the function is being recreated. And basically we don't want that to happen because it might be very expensive. So we only want to ever redeclare the function when certain things change. In this case, the handle next function is, what we're gonna do is, we're gonna call check answer, right? So this check answer is gonna be this mutate thing. So it's gonna make the API call. Okay, so if we make the API call, what we do? What do we pass in? So the first input here is what we pass into here. Pass into this thing, but in this case it doesn't accept any inputs, so we pass in undefined. The second parameter here, which is object, will have the on success thing that we are looking for. So on success we get the data, but remember when we do the check answer here, we are returning a boolean is correct, right? So we can actually be sure that if it succeeds, we will get is correct variable from that, right? Then basically we want to do we want to update the correctness of it. So now let's actually create a state to keep track of how many questions that the user got correct. I'm going to create a new state called cons is correct, and I'm going to create another state called cons wrong answers. So correct answers and wrong answers going to be in numbers. So if is correct, right? If is correct, I'm going to set the correct answers to be incremented by 1. So let's use a function thing. So pref equals to pref plus 1. So else we want to set the wrong answers to be pref and pref plus 1. Okay, and also we want to give a toast notification. So you know the notification that pops up when we get an answer correct. So you see this the thing that pops up here, incorrect. Alright, so to do that we need to install another component from Shadcn. So that component will be called Shadcn add toast. We press yes to that. So in order to use this toast, let's come back to layout.tsx. We need to add a toaster element here. So we'll get a toaster, import that from components. Okay, so we got this toaster thing here. We save it, close it. Then we can actually get a toast function. How do we get the toast function? We import, we destructure toast from use toast, which is from our UI. So it's what Shadcn has already given us, use toast. And then we can actually call the toast thing here. So if it's correct, I'm going to toast here. We pass in title equals to correct here, and then we'll pass in a variant equals to success. So right now there isn't any success variant, is there? There's no success variant. The only variants are default and destructive. So that's the beauty of Shadcn. We can customize the component. In this case, I need a success variant. So what I can do is, I'm going to go into my toast. You see this slash component slash UI toast.tsx. We can see that it's using what we call CVA, which stands for Class Variance Authority, which will basically give us that, see this toast variance, CVA. So it's able to give us a default style. So this is how they style it. By default, you will have all these classes, and we can define variants. So in this variance, we have default and destructive, which is what shows up in this variant TypeScript type here. So either default or destructive. If we need a success, all we need to do is we come down here, we add our own success variant. We can call it anything we want. Let's give it a BG green of 600 and text white. We save that, we close it, and then now the variant will include our own success variant. So that's the customizability of Shadcn and what I love so much about it. So if it's wrong, I'm going to come down here, I'm going to toast to wrong, and it's going to be a destructive, which is it's going to give me the red background. Okay, that's good, that's good. So after we have checked the answer, right? So on success, after we have basically checked the answer, what are we gonna do? We're gonna increment question index by 1. So we want to go to the next question, right? So we're gonna set the question to be next, and then we can see the dependency array needs a few things. It needs the check answer and the toast, right? So let's add it into the dependency array, check answer and the toast. So let's save that. And so now it's not being used. So how do we actually use it? We're gonna come down to this next button. So next, on click, let us actually call the handle next function. Save that. So let's try it. So I'm gonna choose these two, press next, So it's gonna tell me wrong answer. So let me just style it a little better following the original thing. So let's come up here. So incorrect description, incorrect answer, and for here we'll have description, correct answer. Okay, that's good. So basically when it's checking, so we haven't used this variable called is checking. So when we do the post request, while it's checking, we want to disable the button. So we do disable equals to is checking, which comes from the React query hook use mutation. This is loading, we just renamed it to is checking. And here handle next, right? If is checking, so if it's checking, we don't have to keep spamming the button, right? So if it's checking, we just want to early return. Then of course we have to pass in the dependency as is checking. Okay, awesome. So let me just add one more functionality. We want to use the keyboard to navigate, right? When I press 1, 2, 3, 4, I want it to select. So how do I do that? We'll come down below here. We'll add a React. Let me just close these two things. Okay, we'll add a React.use effect. We want to create a new keyboard handle key down event, right? So let's do document dot add events listener key down. So whenever I press a key, let us check, right? So we'll take the key of it and we'll check if key equals to 1, right? So this actually should be event, and then if events dot key equals to 1, we want to set selected choice to be 0. Else if event dot key equals to 2, event dot key equals to 2, we set selected choice to be 1. So I mean this is a little cumbersome, but since we're only doing it for 4 things, it should be fine. Okay, and then else if we don't need that. Okay, else if the events dot key equals to enter, that means we want to submit the thing, we do handle next. Then we want to basically return a cleanup function, basically document dot remove event listener key down. Yeah, so actually we need to extract this function out to a const handle key down function. So this event that we receive will actually be a keyboard event. So let me copy down everything here, move it away, copy this, copy it up here. Let me just type it out and then I'll explain what I'm doing. Handle, what's the error here? What is the error here? Event, here should be like this. Format, oops, format please. Okay, so keyboard event. So basically then here will be handle key down. So what I'm doing here is basically I'm going to define a function. It's going to take in an event, which is a keyboard event. So then I'm going to check based on the key, I'm going to set the selected choice. If you're pressing enter, it's going to do handle next, which calls the function here and checks the answer. Basically then I'll add the event listener on the key down and bind it to this function that we have defined up here. Then basically when the component unmounts, I'm going to do this cleanup function to remove the event listener. This is so that there won't be any memory leaks within the browser. Okay, now that we have that, we actually also need to pass in a dependency array. We want to change it whenever the handle next is being changed. Because we're using this function handle next here, therefore we should also pass it as a dependency array. Let us save that. And now if I come here, I can press 1, 2, 3, 4 and it submits. If I press enter, it will load and then it shows incorrect answer. One more stylistic change I just want to add is I want to add a loading spinner beside it when it's checking. So underneath here I'm going to do is checking. So if it's checking, I'm going to have a loader tool, import from Lucid React, give it a class name of width 4, height 4 and margin right of 2 and animate spin, so it will look like it's spinning. So here is we want to be so the last thing we want to add is whenever the game ends, we want to basically show a different screen, right? So let's maintain that within the state. Const has ended, it's gonna be a boolean false. So underneath the handle next, we have got this set question index, right? So if before we set the question index, if question index equals to the game.questions.length -1, so we are the last question, we want to set has ended to true. and then here we need the game.questions.length and also question index. So because we added these two dependency to the function, we need to basically update it so that the function will reinitiate whenever these two variables change. Okay, perfect. So then Shadcn has ended to be true, and then we just want to return early. Okay, awesome. So now we have this variable has ended, right? Actually, one more thing is we haven't used this correct answers and wrong answers. So let us go down to the thing where we used it. So this correct answers will be just correct answers, wrong answers will be wrong answers. Let us save that, and everything seems to be working well. Let me try to enter, so we get this loading spinner, and it says incorrect answer. So if I do that one, here let me just, okay, so correct answers, and if you get to the last question, it will show me, it will set the has ended to true. So if it has ended, we want to show a different screen, right? So before the return, we do if has ended, right? What do we want to return? Let us return another div. Let us return a div with the class name of absolute, flex call, justify, center, top half, left half, negative translate x half, negative translate y to be half, and that's all we need. So we center it on the screen, and then in that thing we want to show basically another div of pxjs4. So we have margin top of 2, font semi bold, text white, bg green 500, rounded medium, white space, no wrap. Okay, and then within that div we want to show how long they completed. So we can say you completed in, for now let's hard code it just to be like 3 minutes and 4 seconds, something like that. Okay, and then we want to give them a link, right? So we give them a link from next link. We want to say view statistics, then we have an icon here called bar chart from Lucid React, class name of width of 4, height of 4, and also margin left of 2. So it will just lead us to statistics / game.id. So when we go to the statistics screen, we are able to get the game ID and we will be able to show the statistics. So let's save that, and you can see that this view statistics is showing. Yeah. So we need this link, we want it to look as though it's a button, so we can give it a class name of button variance. So we can call this function from the button component we have downloaded, and you'll basically make it look like a button. And here I think there is also more class names. So let's actually merge this together using the cn function. So you have a button variance, and also will let us give it some margin top of 2, and that's perfect. So we're able to see you completed how long, and also when we press view statistics, it's gonna bring us to the statistics page. Perfect. Alright, one more thing I want to change is, let us work on this time thing, right? So how do we calculate how much time has elapsed? You remember that within the database we actually stored the time started, right? So when we created the game, we actually store that timestamp. So to get the time delta, how much time has elapsed, we can just take the current time and we minus the time started, we get the duration, then we convert it into a human readable string to display on the front end. So how do we do that? I'm gonna go into my Utilise folder. I'm gonna create a new function. Okay, I'm gonna create a new function to display that time delta. So I'm gonna export a function called format time delta. So I'm gonna take in the amount of seconds that has passed them, and then I'm gonna return the string. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the hours by doing math.floor seconds divided by 3600, then const minutes equals to math.floor seconds minus hours times 3600 minus 60. Honestly, you can just copy paste this function. I'm just writing it out for fun. Const seconds has passed is math.floor seconds minus hours times 3600 minus minutes times 60. I should probably just copy paste this, right? But it's okay. Then we do const parts equals to an array. If hours bigger than 0, right, we do parts dot push parts dot push the template, let us do hours h, and then we do if minutes is bigger than 0, parts dot push minutes, and then if seconds sec is bigger than 0, we do parts dot push seconds with the s, and then at the end we just return parts dot join limited by an empty space. So let us just we have that function now, so we can use it in this time. So why do we have that here, right? In order to actually format it properly, we can just do come down here, we do format time delta, right? Format time delta, we import it from Utilise. How do we actually get the date started? So game.time started, but basically we want to find the seconds have passed. So for that we need another date library called npm install dates-fns, so date and date functions, right? So we need to import a function called difference in seconds. So import from date-fns, we import something called difference in seconds. So with that function, we can come down here, right? We can then do difference in seconds from now to the game dot time started. How do I get this now? Let's create another local state within this component called let me just collapse this. So let's create another state called now. Okay, so we have a use effect that will run every second and update the now. So we do const interval equals to set interval, right? If not has ended, so if we haven't ended yet, we want to set now to be the new date. So what we want to set it to right now, and basically we want to run this every 1000 seconds, 1000 milliseconds, which is 1000 seconds, and we pass in the has ended thing here. Then we want to return a cleanup function that basically clears the interval that we have done to prevent memory leaks. Okay, so now that we have that now, we have that variable called now, we can just pass it in here, we save that, and we should see that it works. So 41 seconds and 55 minutes, that's probably wrong because we added in the wrong order. So let's just come and move it here, we save that, and now it shows 55 minutes and 52 seconds since we have elapsed. So that's a long time. Okay, here has been 47 minutes. Okay, so that is working perfectly. We can actually use that function here also. You completed in how many minutes and seconds. We can just also do the same thing. So format time delta, we find the difference in seconds between now and the time started, and we display it. So let me actually do it right now. Just do it randomly. So you can see that completed in 56 minutes and 18 seconds. Then you can view our statistics. So we're going to be doing this page very soon. Alright, so we're doing great. So we have finished the MCQ component. So now let's actually do the open-ended component now. Okay, so let us clean out everything here. Go back to the home page, Quizmify. Okay, so let us now create a Quizme. Let's create, let's say, MacBook Air M1. Let's create 5 questions of open-ended this time. So now we are trying to do the open-ended, and there's an error. Why? What is the error? Let's try again. Okay, so now we have reached the open-ended page. So when we left off, basically we were doing the game code here, right? Game ID. So it's gonna be very similar to the MCQ page, right? So we must first find the game. If the game exists, then we want to start the actual game logic. If it doesn't exist, we kick them back. So we can actually steal the page from here, right? Let us just steal everything here. Just copy paste everything. It's gonna be the same anyways. So we're gonna just change whatever we need to. So instead of MCQ page, we're gonna call it open-ended page, right? Then instead of kicking them back if it's not MCQ, we kick them back if it's not open-ended. And also this MCQ component has to go. So let's create our own open-ended component. So we'll come down to components, we do open-ended.tsx, tsrafce. We'll save that, and basically we will do open-ended, passing the component, passing the game prop. So the game prop will be very similar, but this time we don't have the options, right? Because open-ended is just purely the questions, but this time we need to pass in the answer. I'll show you why later. So we need to pass in the answer. Okay, so let's do the open-ended component. So what props does it take? It will take game, right? You will have the game from Prisma client. It will be joined with questions, right? We have to pick out the only things that we need. We have pick out question from Prisma client. We need the question, and also we need the answer. Okay, that's good. So then now I'm going to the structure from the game. I'm gonna return a pre JSON.stringify game now to save it, and then we can see now everything shows up here. So we can see the questions, the 5 questions generated, the questions and the answer and the IDs. So here actually we need also the ID. Yeah. Okay, that's good. So let's actually start styling it. So because I'm very lazy, okay, I'm gonna copy the MCQ part, right? So actually, why is this game not? There should be an array, so everything is resolved. Okay, so because I'm quite lazy, and because the format is gonna be very similar, I'm gonna basically go to the MCQ component. I'm gonna basically copy paste a lot of what is here. Okay, so let's just copy the UI first, because that's usually the hardest part to do. We'll copy everything from the return statement all the way down, and we'll customize it based on whatever we need. So okay, let us just format it. Can we format it? It's already formatted. Okay, so we'll first import everything. So the timer, we have the same thing. Format time delta is gonna be the same. The difference is the second is gonna be the same, but we don't have an MCQ counter anymore. We're gonna have like a percentage box later. Okay, the card is we're gonna import the card from ourselves. Card header, card title, card description, and that's all. So we will completely not have these options thing. So anything with these options can be deleted. We'll delete this here because we're not showing options, we're showing them like an input box. So actually let me show you what it's like, then we can have a better reference to it. So we'll have this percentage box, and instead of the options we can have this thing, and I'm gonna show you how to make this keywords. I'm gonna blank out the keywords with the input boxes, and then gonna join it back later together. So everything is gonna be very similar to the MCQ, that's why I'm copying. Okay, so a lot of the variables we need to go and declare the state, but this static stuff I'm gonna just get it first. So from MCQ, I'm going to take their all the state. So I think all this I can take, copy, paste, right? So we have to import use tools. Okay, so we obviously won't have correct answers and wrong answers. I don't think we have selected choice, but we have ended now. Okay, and also we need the current questions, right? So I'm gonna take the current questions from here, copy, and paste it here. So for the is checking and handle next, we can also get it from the MCQ component. So for the mutate, let us copy this part here. Let us copy it down here. Okay, we need the use mutation, of course, from React query. We need Zod. We need the check answer schema. And we don't need this user answer anymore. So let us put it as empty string first, and await actions.post. Okay, so let us set up the API for check answer, because the check answer will be quite different from open-ended, right? So let's go into the endpoint. So we have already done, if the question type equals to MCQ, we have done the checking. But else if the question type equals to open-ended, what do we want to do? So we want to compare the similarity between whatever the actual answer is, and also want to compare with whatever the user submitted. So we have a library for that, as always a library for that. It's called npm install string similarity. I think it's like that. So we're gonna import. So we also need the types for it. So npm install -- save def add types for string similarity. Save that. So we'll import string similarity. From that, we'll import this function called compare two strings from this library, and then in below here, we can use that here. So let us do that. So we get let percentage similar equals to compare two strings. What do we want to compare? We want to compare the user answer dot to lowercase dot trim, and we also want to compare to the question dot answer dot to lowercase dot trim. So instead of comparing them directly equal, we compare it using the similarity library. And then with that percentage similar, let's round it up to 100. Okay, so percentage similar equals to math.round percentage similar times 100, because this returns a number from 0 to 1 inclusive. We want it to become out of 100 percentage. Okay, then we can update the Prisma update Prisma question. Okay, where ID equals to question ID, and what do we want to update? We want to update the percentage correct to the percentage similar, and then once we have done that, we can then return return next response.json. What do you want to return? So up here we are returning a boolean is correct. Let's return the percentage similar, and we'll pass in the status as 200. So let's save that, and then basically we got this percentage similar. So we can use it in the front end. So the user answer we have to go and paste it in somehow later, but let's set up the structure for now. So we have this handle next function. So let us copy the handle next function from the MCQ component also. So for the handle next, I think we can copy up everything. Copy and paste. Okay, so we don't have any set correct answers or set wrong answers. We don't have this if else branch anymore. So instead of getting the is correct boolean, we actually get the percentage similar, right, which is from this percentage similar thing here, right? So this is a number from 0 to 1. So we can do toast. We can give it a title of your answer is similar to the correct answer. Let's give a description of we can say answers are matched based on similarity comparisons. Okay, and then also I'm gonna copy one more thing from here. I'm gonna copy the key down effect. So I'm gonna copy this, come down here, paste it here. So basically we just want to set if the event key goes to enter, we just want to handle next. That's all we want. We don't need the options. Okay, so right now what will happen is, of course, we need to convert this into a use client component, and let's look at how it works. Okay, so the two errors. What's the error? Okay, anyways, so everything works as usual. I don't know why the thing is stuck. Let's refresh that. Okay, we also need to set the now. So I'm gonna come back here. We will copy paste the interval. Come down here and paste it somewhere here, so that we update the time elapsed. Right, so we update the time elapsed. Okay, so now we just need to do this few things. So this is another interesting part of the project. How do we take an answer, right? Because right now we have access to the answer. Let's console.log question current question the answer, right? We are able to look at the answer, which is here, improve performance and longer battery life, right? But how do we actually basically use the answer to go and blank out the keywords? So basically I'm going to create another component just for this blanking out here, and I'm going to call it, come down here, come down components, I'm going to call it blank answer inputs.tsx, tsrafce. Just save it. I'm going to come down here just under the card. Okay, just under the card, I'm going to above the button, but inside the div, I'm going to call the blank answer input. I'm going to save it. Okay, so now that we have the blank answer input, let's go inside of it, and basically we're going to first try to extract out the keywords. So we need access to the answer, right? So let's take it in as a prop. So the answer is going to be a string, and then under the open-ended, we need to pass in the answer to be current question dot answer. So we have that. Let's just display out first. So let's destructure it out answer, and then let's show it answer. So right now we can see our development. We're able to see this. Okay, let's just give it a little styling just to start. Class name of flex justify start with full margin top of 4. Okay, let's save that. Okay, and then underneath here we'll have a h1. We'll give you a class name of text XL font semi bold, and then put the answer in here. Okay, so it looks a little better now. So here comes the juicy part. How do we actually extract out the keywords? The answer is use a goddamn library. Yeah, of course there's a library for that. So basically there's a library that basically looks at a piece of string and extracts out the keywords out of the library. So keywords are basically any words that are not filler words. So R and the are filler words, but keywords will be like advantageous or like models or previous, right? So to get that library, we do npm install. It's called keyword extractor, right? So while that's installing, let's import it. Import keyword extractor from keyword extractor. Okay, so with that, let's try to first get the keywords out of the answer. So we get the keywords by getting react.useMemo. So because this might be potentially quite expensive, we don't need to recalculate the keywords every time it renders. We only want to re-render and recalculate every time the answer changes. So we'll get the keywords, the keywords to be keyword extractor dot extract out. We extract the answer. Let's pass in some of the configurations. The language will be English. We want to remove the digits. We also want to return the change case to be false. That means if the pass in words was a capital case, we want it to return it as capital, and we want to remove the duplicates, we want it to set as false. Alright, so now we have this keywords out, right? What we can do is let us just try to console the keywords, the words, and then let us take a look at how it looks like. So we can see the 5 keywords that it got was improved performance, longer battery life, which is reasonable, right? Okay, so now that we have those words, I'm gonna basically shuffle them up, because I want to always take the last 2 keywords or the first 2 keywords. So I'm just gonna shuffle them up first. Const shuffle equals to words dot sort. So I'm gonna do the same technique that we use for the options, and then we turn shuffle dot slice 0 to 2. So we get the 2 random keywords. So now that we have the keywords, we can get the answer with blanks. So the answer with blanks are basically we want to take the keywords out and replace it with 5 underscores. So let me just initialize a constant called blanks. Blanks. So it's gonna be just 5 underscores, 3 for 5. Okay. So I'm gonna do const answer with blanks. Gonna be another react.use memo. Right. So I only want it to change every time the keywords change, and also every time the answer changes. So how do we actually do that? We can basically replace it with saying answer with blanks equals to keywords. So this keywords is from this variable, right? Keywords dot reduce, right? We take the accumulate and the keyword, right? And then basically we want to return accumulate dot replace all keywords with the blanks, and we want to start off with the answer, and then we want to return this answer with blanks. So basically what this function is doing is I'm going to start off with the answer. So this original answer is everything, all the strings, right? I'm going to loop through the keywords. So this reduce will just loop through the keywords, and basically each time it loops through, it will look at the current keyword, right? And then it will just replace the keyword. Let's say the keyword is performance. It will look through the keyword as performance, then it will replace the word within it with the blanks, which is the 5 underscores. So now let's try to console.log out the answer with blanks, and we are able to see that we can see it says improve something and something. So this is how we get the blanks. Okay, so now that we have the blanks, let us create the input elements. So how do we create the input elements? Okay, so let us come down to the h1. We're gonna do answer with blanks. We're gonna basically split it on the blanks, right? Gonna split it on the 5 underscores, and then we're gonna map each part, right? Map each part, and also map each index also. So we gotta first check. We gotta just show the part. Okay, let us see if that works. So return part. So let's just do that. So for now, nothing shows because we're just like returning the last part of it, right? So we also want to return input. So this is a normal input element. Let's give you an idea of user blank input so that we can reference it later and get out the actual input. Let's give you a class name of text center, border bottom of 2, border black. So when it's dark theme, we want it to be border white, width of 28. When it's focus, we give it a border of 2, right? Then focus, we also want to give the border bottom of 4 so that it's nicer. And when focus, we want it to have no outlines. Okay, so now we have that. We want to return part. So we actually want to wrap this in a React fragment, right? So let's do that here. Part. Can we do this? So we just need to remove this semicolon here. Okay, and then delete off this. Let's save that. So now we get this, and then basically how this works is, okay, you know, let me draw this out so that it's easy to explain. So we have a text here like improved performance and better battery life. So the first step was to basically replace the keywords. So performance gets replaced with 5 underscores and better get replaced with 5 underscores. Then what we did was, in this loop, we basically split it on the blanks, right? And then for each part we map through it. So what it does is basically, based on the blanks here, we split it into different segments. So the first segment will just be improved, right? So imagine this is the first segment, and then the second segment is N, and the third segment is M battery life. So we want to basically insert an input element here and also here, right? So what we do is we return the part. So this is the part. So this is the first part, improved. This is the second part, and this is the third part. So we map through it and we return the parts, and then we also return an input. So we have an input here, right? And then we have this here, and then for the second part we also have an input, and also the last part we also have an input, just by the nature of how the loop works. So these two inputs are correct, but we actually don't want the last input to show. So how we can do that is basically we can check up here if the index equals to the answer with blanks dot split blanks dot length -1. That means we're on the last part, right? So if we are on the last part, we don't want to return anything. Otherwise, then it makes sense for us to return the input. So if we save that, if we come down here, okay, then this will make sense. So now we got these two input boxes replacing the keywords. Alright, okay. So now that we have got the blank input up, the blank answer input up, right? So we're able to generate the inputs from the keywords, right? So how do we actually go and submit this? So if you look back at the code here, right, we got this blank answer input that we have all the logic for creating the blank answers. However, when we come back to the open-ended component, all we are doing is we are just giving the blank answer input a component and passing the answer. But we never actually get the blank. So how do we access what the actual blanks are in terms of the answers here? So what we can do is basically we can have another state within the open-ended component, and I'm going to maintain the state as called blank answer. So set blank answer is going to be a string. And basically what I'm going to do is under the blank answer input, I'm going to pass in another prop called set blank answer, right? So this is going to be set to the set blank answer function here. But now we have to pass this prop in. So let's go to the component. Under the props, we'll take a set blank answer, right? So basically this will be a React or dispatch a set state action event with a string. So now we can actually get this set blank answer. And so what we want to do here is that every time we set this return answer with blanks, we also want to set this extract out here, sets answer with blanks, set blank answer, so set blank answer to the answer with blanks. So what this does, right, is basically it will take this input and it's gonna go and pipe it all the way up here to the parent component, so we can access this blank answer here also. So we can add this to the dependency array, set blank answer, and everything will look fine now. Okay, so everything works. Set blank answer is not a function because we need to actually save this file such that the component actually receives it. So come to open-ended, we'll save the function, save the file, and then we are back on track. So let me just refresh the page. Sometimes NextJS 13.4 is a little buggy. So now when we type, right, when we press next here, right, we're actually running this handle next function. Okay, so for now I'm gonna early return, so nothing happens, right? So if I press next, nothing happens. It just basically gets disabled. Alright, so here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to console.log out the blank answer. I'm gonna save this. Alright, I'm gonna refresh the page. So I'm gonna look into the console. So what happens when I press this next? Right, see, right now it's an empty string. Right, it's empty string because set blank console log blank answer, because here we didn't add the dependency. So of course that's the reason why we need that dependency. If we didn't have this dependency, basically it was stuck in an older version. Therefore the blank answer was actually at the initial state. It's only when we add the blank answer to the dependency array so that it will update the function whenever we actually update the blank answer. So we save this again, and then let's try console.logging it out again. I'm gonna press next, and here we can finally see the input here. Not sure if you can see. Improve. I'm blocking the way. God damn it. Here. So improved performance and something blank live. I'm gonna move myself down here. Alright. So we get this browser console log. So how do we actually take whatever input here? Like let's say we enter random stuff. When we press next, we still don't have the input being properly filled into the blanks. So how do we actually get the inputs into the blanks? What I'm gonna do here is, I'm gonna just delete that. I'm gonna delete the blank answer now since we don't have that. So what we're gonna do is, before we actually call this check answer function, right? Because here we are actually sending the payload. We're sending the user answer, right? So this user answer is right now empty string, but right now we want to basically have the let field answer equals to blank answer first. So eventually we want to pass this user answer as field answer, and what this field answer does is basically we want the two blank inputs here to be replaced by whatever they enter in here, right? So how can we do that is, first step here is we're gonna do document.query selector all with the ID of a user blank input. So if you remember, if we come to the blank answer input, we can see the input that we actually injected into the HTML has the ID of user blank input. So if you want to get the value out of that, we're gonna select all the IDs with this, and what we're gonna do is then for each input element, right? What do we want to do? We're gonna do field answer equals to field answer dot replace the 5 underscores. So we want to replace the 5 underscore with the actual input of value. So at first let's say the value here is hello, right? So it's gonna take this blank answer, it's gonna first replace these 5 underscores with hello, and then since now this has been replaced on the second loop for the second user input here, right? Let's say it's by, it's gonna then take a look at this 5 underscores and replace it with by. Since this is already been replaced, the next loop comes, this will be the only one that's left. So that's how we're gonna do this is how we're gonna fill up the blank. And then we are gonna also manually set the input value to blank so that we reset the input. So just ignore the errors for this. It says that it doesn't exist because this is a generic element type, whereas this is a HTML element. So we can ignore those errors. Be sure that it works. So now that we have actually filled the field answer, we can then pass the field answer back to the backend. So remember what we did is we send it to the check answer root, right? So we're gonna look at the field answer, and then because its question type is open-ended, we're gonna take the user answer and compare it to the actual answer, and then we're gonna return a percentage for that. So let's save the file and actually let's try running it. So we're gonna press next, and we can see that it's 71% matches. So we know that something is happening. So for this, like the M1 chip delivers faster. If I press next, we can see that yes, it's 100% similar because that's the answer, and also our thing gets resetted. So that's really good. So we have now completed the open-ended. So let's just run through it so that we can move on. So the 4th question for the 5th question, and then we're done. So here, basically on handle next, right? We want to add another check. So after we have set the question index equals to priv +1, so if we come down to MCQ, right? We have another check, right? If the question index equals to game.questions.length, we want to set has ended to true. Okay, so has ended to true. So in this case, it has already ended, but we need to display the correct stuff. So if you come down back to the MCQ component, remember what we did. Whenever we ended, right, we're going to show a different screen that leads them to the statistics page. So I'm going to come down here and just paste it in. So I'm going to import the link from NextLink. Then I'm going to import CN from our Utilise, and button variants from the button, and lastly the bar chart just here. Save it, and then we can see that we completed in 4 hours 31 minutes. Alright, so I took a break just now, therefore it's been sitting here for 4 hours, but that's okay. So now both the MCQ and open-ended has been done, and we are so close. So all the game functionalities, you've learned how to generate questions using AI, and now we can actually do the statistic page. Alright, so let's now start working on the statistics page. So if you go back to the main application, the deployed application, let's go to Quizmify, right? I'm going to come down to Quizmify. So this is the deployed application. So we can go down the history, and basically this will lead us to, let me see if I can expand this for you guys to see. Get it right. Alright, so we can see the URL, screw it. So it will have a /statistics /game ID, and basically based on that game ID, we'll extract out all the accuracy, the average accuracy, we'll take the time taken, and we'll also display all the questions in that statistics page. So how do we actually do that? So first, what we should do is, let me just create the actual statistics page. I'm going to clear out everything. So how do we actually create a page like that? We come down to app, let's create a new statistic file, plural, and then we'll create a folder called game ID, and under that lastly we'll create a page.tsx, tsrafce, then we'll do page, then we'll replace everything with statistics page. We'll save it, and then let me just move this at a space here. Okay, so now we can see that we have the statistics page. And how do we get the game ID? So if you recall, inside here we have the NextJS automatically passes params, and within the params we have the game ID, which comes from this file name, right? So whatever we have in this square brackets will show up here, game ID. So this is gonna be a string. We can then destructure it here. So game ID params, then extract game ID. Let us just log out the game ID here. So for now it's gonna be here. So right now we are looking at the game ID for this game, right? So we'll make this an async component because this is also a protected page. Let's do the protected route first. So we'll take const session equals to await gets auth session. If we don't have a session.user, we're gonna return redirect from next navigation, redirect to / Okay, so if everything is well, then we can start looking for the game itself. So the game is gonna be await Prisma import that.game.find unique where the ID equals to game ID. Okay, so if there isn't a game, so that means the game doesn't exist, we gotta return redirect to the /quiz page. Okay, and then now let us work on the UI of that, shall we? Okay, so we can see the UI is broken into 4 main parts. So the first this results card, then we have the average accuracy card, we have the time taken card, and finally we have the table of all the questions. So it's a list of questions, right? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna come down here. Let's work on the UI first. So we're gonna return I'm gonna return a fragment, and inside of the fragment we're gonna have a div. We'll have a class name of padding -8 mx auto max width of 7xl. Come down here, another div, but this time we have a class name of flex, items center justify between space -y -2. Save that. Okay, then within that div we have a h2 with the text 3xl that says summary page. So actually we should change this to statistics, right? So text 3xl, it will also have a class name of font bold and tracking types. Alright, then underneath the h2 we have another div, right? So that div will have a class name of flex, item center space x of 2. Okay, space x of 2, yes. Then inside the space x of 2, we're gonna have a link from next link, right? What do we want to link it to? We want to link it to back to dashboard. So the href is gonna be /dashboard. I want to style it like a button, therefore we do a class name this will look like a button from button variants. I'm going to format that. Then we have a logo here called Lucid Layout Dashboard. Let's give you a class name of just margin right of 2. Let's save that first. So we show the statistics title up here and a dashboard to go back to the dashboard. Alright, actually let's go back to statistics. Okay, so let's continue down. So now that we have that div, we'll come down 2 divs. So now we have the last div. Just before the last div, we're gonna have another div down here with the class name of grid gap dash 4, margin top of 4, medium is grid calls of 7. Okay, and then now here we're gonna put our actual results card. So we're gonna have a few components. The first thing is a results card. I'm gonna comment that out first. Then we'll have an accuracy card. Okay, comment that out. And then we have a time taken card. Right, comment that out. And then underneath this div, we'll actually put our question list. Alright, so we have this 4 components to make. So let's get started. So I'm going to come down to our components file. And I'm going to create, just like the dashboard has its own set of cards, right? I'm going to create I'm going to basically create a new folder under components called statistics. So here it's going to house all our cards. So the first card we should make is, let's make the results card. So I'm going to close this, don't save. It should be under statistics, results card.tsx. So this will be the card with this champion, this logo thing here. So let's do tsrafce, right? So I'm gonna basically return, what does it return? It's gonna return a card, right? And then the class name will be, when it's medium, we'll have a call span of 7, right? And then the card header will contain a card title. Okay, so the card header itself has a few styling. So it contains a flex dash row, items dash center, justify dash between, space dash y dash 0, and padding bottom of 7. Okay, then for the card title, it has also a class name of text to Vercel, fonts bold, and it's gonna contain the word called results. Let's save that. So underneath the card title, before the card header finish, we have a award logo from Lucid. Okay, so now after the card header, we have the card content. We're gonna close it up. So the card content has a few class names: flex dash call, items dash center, justify dash center, and also we have height of 3/5. Okay, so in the card content, so here we are gonna accept the accuracy, right? Then based on the accuracy, we're gonna display different tiers of awards. So in the props here, we're gonna take in accuracy prop, is gonna be a number. So let's destructure it here. Okay, so I'm gonna do, if the accuracy is bigger than 75, right? What do we want to display? We want to display a fragment. We have a trophy. The trophy, right? The class name will be margin right of 4, right? We're gonna give you a stroke of gold, and also the size of 50. Okay, underneath the trophy, we'll have a div, right, with the class name of flex dash call, text to XL, font semi bold, and text yellow 400. Okay, then inside we'll have a span, right, that just says impressive. So if you score over 75%, it's impressive. And then finally, we have a span underneath here that will have a class name of text-sm, text center, text black, and opacity 50. In here, we're gonna just tell them that, oh, you got more than 75% accuracy. So we just have to wrap this entire thing with just a quotes here, because React JSX is complaining about something. Okay, so right now it's like this, and of course within the page.tsx, let us import the results card, and we'll pass in the accuracy. Right now let's just pass in 80 so that we can see something happening. And okay, awesome, so we got a gold award. So let's do the same, but this time let's do it for accuracy is 25. So I'm gonna copy down the accuracy. So if it's above 75, we'll display that. However, if it's above 25, sorry, so if it's above 25, we'll give the stroke here a silver, and then we'll give it, we'll tell him good job, okay, and then he'll be above 25. And lastly, if none of that works, right, if none of that works, we're just gonna do this. So as long as it's anywhere, like as long as it's above 0, right, so any accuracy, we just tell him nice try, which is a nice try, right? So it's just less than 25% accuracy. So the thing here is actually we must also do a check, because technically if you are above 75, you're also technically above 25, and you're also technically above 0. So all of these will show. So in order to do that, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna convert them into a big ternary operator, which is what I don't dislike about React, is that if you want to do like conditional rendering, like you have to resort to making things so ugly. So don't mind me, I'm just gonna format everything like this. Okay, so if the accuracy is above 75, then we do this. Else if the accuracy is above 25, we do this. And finally, if none of that comes true, we're gonna just return this. So let's see what is wrong here. Is there another binary here? Yeah, that's what I don't like about that, is because we keep getting errors like that. I guess it's because of here. Nope, I guess not. So we have this open div. Okay, then we have this is it here? Okay, else we have this closing. I guess not also. Okay, yeah, so it's just annoying. So if it's above 75, we show this. Else if it's above 25, we show this. And if none of that is true, we just show this. Okay, so that is it for that. So that is for results card. So now let's move on to making this average accuracy card. So we'll come down here under our statistics folder. We'll create a what do we call average? What did we call it here? We called it accuracy card, right? Okay, so we create accuracy card.tsx, tsrafce. Okay, collapse this. Okay, accuracy card. So what is it going to return? It's just going to return a simple card component. This is a small component, that's good. So medium is going to be call span of 3, right? Then we have a card header, class name of flex dash row, items center justify between padding bottom of 2 space dash y dash 0, and inside the card content we have a card title, right, with the class name of text to Excel, fonts bold, and it says average accuracy. Underneath that we'll have a target logo from Lucid React. Let us save that. Then for under the card header we have the card content. Inside there will be a div, right, with the class name of text-sm, font medium, and the div is gonna just contain accuracy.toString, but we need the accuracy from the props itself. So let's pass it in as a number, destructure it from props accuracy, and then we'll say accuracy.toString. Then we'll have the percentage sign outside of that. Okay, and then because of that, let us also make accuracy round down to math.round. Accuracy times 100 divided by 100. So this will just give us just round it to 2 decimal points for us. Okay, so now that we have the accuracy card, let us import it, pass in the accuracy of 80 just for now, and let us see the card. Okay, then now let us do the time taken component. So let's create that folder file. It's gonna be called time taken card.tsx, tsrafce. It's like a song, bruh. Okay, so for the time taken card, within the props we're gonna accept the time ended, which is a date, and also a time started, which should also be a date. Let us destructure that from the props time ended and also time started. Okay, so what is it gonna return? It's gonna return a simple card with the class name of medium, call span of 4. Inside the card, we have the card header, right, with the class name of flex dash row items dash center justify between padding bottom of 2 space dash y of 0. Then inside the card header, we have the card title, right, with the class name of text To Vercel fonts bold, and inside we'll save time taken. Below the card title, let's put the hourglass icon from Lucid React. Then we have the card content. There won't be any class names, but inside the div we'll have a class name of text-sm fonts medium, and let us just do the format time delta from our utils, and we take difference in seconds from date fns, and we have time started and time ended. So this will give us a time started and time ended. Let us import that time taken card, and for now let us just pass in the props, but right now it's not showing. The reason why it's not showing is time taken because it's not imported, right? And then you can pass in the time ended and the time started. So let's just pass in just fake data like new date just to satisfy it. Also new date. Let's save it. Okay, and then it should show up here. Okay, so right now it doesn't show because I'm not sure why. Okay, anyways, I mean because it's the same time, right? So technically it's 0 seconds that has elapsed. Okay, that's good. So now let us actually create the questions, the list of the questions. Alright, you know what, let's actually calculate the accuracy and the time taken from the game itself. Alright, so now we got this game, right? How do we actually calculate the percentage that we got correct? To do that, we'll come down here. Let's initialize a variable just called the accuracy. So it's gonna be a number. Let's initialize it to 0. Okay, so we have to check, right? If the game.game type equals to MCQ, right? Because there will be different ways of calculating percentage based on whether it's MCQ or open-ended. If it's MCQ, you want to add up all the correct answers, then divided by the total number of questions, and that's how we get the accuracy, right? So let's first get the total correct. So with that total correct equals to game.questions. So actually to get these questions, when we do here, we have to select actually it should be include. We also want to include the questions, so we do a join within the database. Then we're able to access the game.questions.reduce, right, accumulator and the current question. So let me just put it in the brackets, question. And what do we want to return? We just want to return the accumulant plus the question. So basically we want to return if the question dot is correct. So if the question is correct, we just want to add 1 to it. Plus equals to 1, right? So we'll return accuracy plus 1, and then at the end we just return accuracy, and then for starters it's gonna be 0. So what this does is it's gonna look through the questions. If the question is correct, it's gonna add 1 to 0, and then basically as we go through the questions, it's gonna add up all the total correct questions. Then after that, we just have to get the accuracy equals to the total correct divided by game.questions.length, right, times 100 for the 100%. Okay, so else if game.gameType equals to open-ended. So now we want to calculate the average percentage. So let's just take the total percentage first, equals to game.questions.reduce, right? We get accuracy and the question. So we want to do return the current accumulant plus question question.percentage correct or 0. So in case this doesn't return us with that, we just want to reply to 0. So the reason why is because here percentage correct or 0. Does that work? Okay, so yeah, so if the percentage correct doesn't exist, then we'll just default to 0, and then we're gonna add it to 0. So this will give us the total percentage, and then we're gonna set the accuracy to total percentage divided by game.questions.length, right? And then we have to multiply it by 100 to get the actual percentage. Yeah, divide times 100. Actually no, we can just divide. Yeah, so we just take the total percentage divide by the game.questions.length. That's how we get the average percentage, right? So down here we're just gonna round the percentage, right? So it's gonna be math.round accuracy times 100 divided by 100. So this will make sure all the accuracy is gonna be just 2 decimal points, and then we can actually pass in the proper accuracy to our components. So accuracy So let's save that, and we should show up here reflect. So in this case, our average accuracy is 84.2, which is above the 75 threshold. Okay, so how do we actually get the time taken, right? So what we're gonna do here is, right, for the time taken part, so we technically do not have the time ended because I forgot to add it to the database, right? So for now, we're just gonna hard code it to new date, and basically for time started, it's gonna be just game dot time started. So I mean, when you actually do the project, don't be dumbass like me, and actually when you add the game, just set the time ended to the actual time ended when the game finishes up. So in this case, I'm gonna put new date just to demonstrate that it works. It kind of works, right? So then underneath that, we actually start on the questions list. So let me just clear out all the components we have. So under statistics, finally here, let us put a question list.tsx tsrafce. Alright, we'll save it. Okay, basically what it's gonna take in is it's gonna take in a bunch of questions. So questions is gonna be a question which from the Prisma client is gonna be an array of them, right? Save it, and then under page.tsx, we're gonna import this questions list, and then we'll pass in the questions, which is gonna be game.questions. Okay, so how do we actually display this question list? Okay, to display the question is gonna be in a table format, right? So we're gonna basically install that from Shadcn, add table. Okay, we'll say yes to that. Okay, and then let's start coding out the JSX. So we're gonna return a table imported from UI, right? And then within the table, we have give you a class name of margin top of 4, and then we'll have a table caption of just end of list period. Table header, table header, right? You will display table row. Inside the table row, we have a table head itself. So the first table header will say number. So let's just give you a hard-coded width 10 pixels. Underneath that, let's copy it. Sorry, let us just declare a new table head. It's gonna say question and correct answer. Okay, below that, we're gonna copy that down. Then we'll have your answer, and then below that table head, we'll have, so basically here, based on whether it's based on the game type, right? So if the game type is if the game type is open-ended, we want to show the percentage here. So now we're gonna check. So if the questions, right? So let's destructure the questions first. Questions. So how do you get the game type? Like game type equals to questions -0 dot question type. So this question type is either MCQ or open-ended. So if the game type equals to open-ended, right, then we want to show another table head that displays the title of accuracy. So let's give that a class name of width of 10 pixel also, and text align it to the right. So let's save that first, and then we are able to see our question list header. Alright, that's good. So in this case, it's open-ended, therefore we get to see the accuracy. So under the table header, so we'll actually define our table body right now. So for the table body, what we want to do is we're gonna do questions dot map. We'll get the question, question, and we get the index. Actually, let us wrap that in a bracket. Question and index. We're gonna return. What do you want to return? So we're gonna first return a table row itself. So the key will be the question.id, right? And then inside the table row, we'll have a table cell, which is gonna display just, let me see, index plus one, right? So for the table cell, we have a class name of just fonts medium, just to make it a little bolder than the rest. Then the next table cell, we're gonna display the actual question, right? And then we'll have inside the table cell, the same table cell, we'll have two line breaks, and then we're gonna show the actual correct answer. So we're gonna have a span. It's a class name of fonts bold, font semi-bold. Okay, and then we'll actually show the question dot answer. So because we're trying to show the question and the correct answer here, right? So therefore we have this. So we can see that there's this question, and then we have the breaks, and then we have the answer, the correct answer here. Okay, below that table cell, we want to check, right? First, basically we have this your answer. So if this your answer, we want to base it on whether it's open-ended or MCQ. If it's MCQ, we want to basically color the answer red if it's wrong and color the answer green if it's correct. So what I'm gonna do is, if the game type equals to MCQ, what I'm gonna return is, I'm gonna return a new table cell, right? Inside the table cell, I'm gonna put the question dot user answer, and then I'm gonna basically color it. So the class name, right? I'm gonna use the CN utility, right? So if it is correct, I'm gonna give it text green of 600, right? If it's correct, question dot is correct. How do I get this up? Question dot is correct. Let me just format it. So there's something wrong here. Is it because table cell, class name, table cell, game type here? Okay, so let me just, I need to wrap it in an object, that's why. So we have a text green of 600 if the question is correct, right? Otherwise we have to give it a text red of 600 just to indicate the question is wrong. So we have that. So for now it won't show up because right now we don't have any questions here, right? And then underneath that, let us show the game type. If the game type is then open-ended, all I want to do is directly show the table cell with just the question dot user answer. Okay, that's good. So underneath that, let me just show, right? So underneath the table row, if the game type equals to open-ended, I'm going to show them the percentage that are correct. So I'm going to show them a table cell, class name of text right, and then inside here we'll put percentage, question dot percentage correct, and let us save that. And let me try refreshing the page. My computer's getting laggy for some reason. Alright, so I don't think there are not any questions here. Maybe there's a mistake on my part. Okay, yep, there's a mistake on my part. So here is a very common mistake. Sometimes when you write code but you don't see any output, it's because you're not returning. So here you can see that we're not returning anything. So I have to change this. We're gonna put a return statement in front of this, and then should show us all the list of questions. So let it reload, and now we can see here, and because it's open-ended, we can see the accuracy and our answer. Alright, awesome. Okay, so now that we have completed the statistics page, let's create the nice loading animation when we actually create a quiz. So when, let's say we create a quiz about Apple, right? We can go in here, we can see that there's this nice animation and it says generating questions, and basically when it's done, right, it will still stay here for about a second before it transitions us to the actual game. So it provides that nice experience. So when it actually gets the game done, it will suddenly load up to 100% and then it will show the game. Alright, so how do we do that? So first, to get the assets, the animations, so what website is it called? I found this website. My friend actually found this website called StorySet. So StorySet just gives us, let us find this kind of nice animated GIFs. I think it's GIFs, right? So let us just choose one for the sake of the video, and let us just choose this random one that looks nice, like this one, this child here. So we can be able to change the color. So to fit the theme, I'm going to come back to our page, I'm going to inspect element, and Firefox has this nice color picker tool. I'm just going to get the color of our buttons. I'm going to change the color to the color of that black. Awesome. So now the kid is black, and then we can animate it. So we'll click on the animated button, we'll choose a child, and we'll have this floating animation. Okay, this looks nice to us. Then we're going to export that. We'll leave the background as white, so the background should theoretically fit this background. In this case is white, so therefore let us download the GIF image, and then we can import it to our public folder. So we'll come down to our file explorer. So we have a public folder here. What we're gonna do is just drag this curiosity child back into the public, and let's just name it loading.gif. Okay, awesome. Let's close that. And now we have this loading GIF or GIF or however you want to pronounce it. Alright, so let's work on the loading page first. So I'm just gonna create another component. I'm just gonna call it loading questions. Loading questions.tsx tsrafce. Please load tsrafce. My computer's getting slow. Okay, we're gonna save this file first, and then we'll come down to the quiz creation page. So remember, this page here is the quiz creation component, and here I'm gonna have another state called show loader. Right, we'll set it to true for the sake of development. Right, so when I'm trying to show the loader, right, so if we show the loader, right, I'm gonna return the loading questions component, right, and then basically hopefully it will show up in the page here. Okay, so now it says loading questions because our value is set to true. Alright, so now let's come back to the loading questions component, and let us just style it properly. Let's style it properly. Okay, so first we want to download the component from Shadcn called progress. So it gives us that progress bar that we saw. I'm gonna return a div. So we're going to absolutely position it in the center again. So absolute of top of half, left of half, negative translate x of half, negative translate y of half. Alright, then within the div, let's actually also set the max width for this. So the width is gonna be 70 view width on mobile screen. When it comes to medium screen, we're gonna have just 60 view width, right? And then we'll have a flex, to be a flex box, and also a flex column. Oh my god, my computer is so slow. What the? That's crazy. Alright, flex dash call items dash center. Okay, my computer's gonna break down. Damn. Alright, let's just get this component done with first, then we'll deal with whatever the computer is going through. So we'll import the image component from next/image, right? So the source of it is going to be from /loading.gif. So how the assets work is that basically any file, any assets you put in the /public folder will be accessible from this slash. So anything like /loading.gif, it will read directly from this public folder here. Okay, so we have the loading.gif. I'm gonna give it a width of 400 pixels, a height of also 400 pixels, and then the out will be a loading animation. Okay, formatted. Below the image, let us put the actual progress bar. Alright, let's install the component. Let's press yes to install it. So get a progress bar UI. Okay, we'll pass it a value. So the value is actually what determines the percentage of the bar. So let's receive that. Let's contain it in a state. So we'll have progress, set progress, start off with 0, and we'll basically pass in the progress as a value. Okay, and we'll give it a class name of width full and also a margin top of 4. Underneath here, we're gonna have a h1 with the class name of margin top of 2, text-xl, right? And then we'll have show a loading text here, a loading text. So to get this loading text, I'm gonna save it as a state also, loading text. So basically, we're gonna cycle through a predefined set of loading text that I have just came out with. Honestly, I just used ChatGPT. So I do const loading text. It's gonna be a hard-coded array of. Let me just copy this in because it's easy to write, and also you can just write whatever you want, right? These are just generated by GPT. So it's just an array of potential loading questions. I'm gonna initialize it with loading text /index 0, okay? And then basically every 2 seconds, I would just want you to update the loading text. So what I'm gonna do is have a use effect, right? And because you're using use effect, we had to make this component a client component by adding the use client directory with diff. So inside the use effect, we have a const interval equals to set interval, right? Basically, what we want to do is we want to const random index So the random index will be math.floor, math.random times loading text.length. So we get a random index based on the loading text length. Then we set the loading text to the loading text random index. So we want to do this every 2000 milliseconds, which is 2 seconds. And then we want to return a cleanup function. So whenever the component unmounts, it will just run this function and clear the interval from the browser. So let's save this and let's take a look at how it looks like on the UI. So right now, let's give it some time to run. And we can see that the kit is floating there, and basically the text will change every 2 seconds randomly. Alright, that's going good. So how we actually put the progress? I'm going to basically fake the progress thing. I'm going to fake the progress by doing react.useEffect. So basically I'm going to set up another interval, but this interval is for the moving of the progress bar. So I'm going to set interval, right? It's going to take in the function. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set progress, right? We're going to take the previous value of the progress, right? What we're going to do, we're going to return previous plus 0.5. So if we actually run this and let us just return a cleanup function to clear the interval. Okay, let us set that, and we can see that now is running really quickly, because under the interval we should also give it milliseconds, so it runs every 100 milliseconds. So if we restart that, so let's actually also do here. So if the previous equals to 100, we just want to return 0. So we reset it to 0 such that when it goes to the end, we'll just wrap it back to the front. Okay, it's a purely stylistic choice, right? You don't have to do that if you don't want to. Okay, so with that out of the way, let us also add some fake motion. So every once in a while, like let's say if math.random, right, it is smaller than 0.1. So every 10% chance of this code running, let us return previous plus 10 plus 2. So it will look like sometimes it's moving faster and sometimes it's moving slower. Okay, so with that, let me just refresh the page and let us see this in motion. So right now it's moving slowly, and then we can see that sometimes it jitters forward a little bit more, and that's basically this previous plus 2 running. So you can tune around this progress bar to see what suits you and what you feel is most comfortable and what is most appropriate for your application. Okay, so now it should actually take in another prop. So how it works is, basically the component is gonna do the fetch request, right? In the quiz creation, it's gonna try to create the game, and basically when it creates the game here, right, it's gonna fetch the questions. So that will take about, let's say, 5 to 6 seconds. So when the 5 to 6 seconds ends, right, we want to basically tell this component, oh, I've gotten the question, please finish loading all the way to 100%, then wait for about 1 second before unmounting yourself. So to do that, we gotta pass in another prop into this loading bar that basically says whether it's completed. So we'll pass in a prop called finished. It's gonna be a boolean, right? Called finished. So under the interval, right? If it's finished, right? We just want to directly return 100. Basically, if we got the questions already, we're gonna flip the toggle on, and then we'll tell the progress bar, okay, I don't care what percentage you are, just go all the way to the end. And we'll add that to the dependency array. Okay, finish. Okay, awesome. So under the quiz creation, right, we now need to pass that in to our loading questions component. So let's create another state for that. So we have a const finished, and set finish will be a use state of false, and then basically we'll come down here to the loading questions and we'll pass in a finish to the local state called finish. Okay, so what do we want to actually do and to show these nice loading animations? Okay, so when we press submit, basically when we submit the form, right, when we submit the form and we're getting the questions, we want to set the show loader to true, right? So that when you click on a button, it immediately starts showing this loader to indicate that something is happening, right? Then on the success, right? So let me add on error. So on error, if there's an error, we'll just set show loader to false. So we don't want to show the loader, we want to show an error message, right? But then if we succeed, what do we want to do? We're gonna basically say set finish equals to true, right? So when we set finish equals to true, right, this toggle will be toggled on, and it's gonna jump to 100% immediately, right? And then what do we want to actually do? We want to basically set a timeout, right? So set finish to true, and then we're gonna set a timeout. So we want to wait for about like 1 second before we actually navigate them out, so that it's not so jarring, right? So let's set a timeout of, let's say, just 1000 millisecond, right? So it's gonna, when we get back, we're gonna set finish to true, right? Basically, it's gonna make the loading questions jump all the way to 100%. It's gonna wait about 1 second, and then it's gonna then redirect us to the play page. So now let's save that, and let's actually set the default value to false, and let us look at whether that works. Let us save the page, and then I'm gonna enter a topic like Apple computers, generate 5 questions, multiple questions. I'm gonna submit. So when I submit, it's gonna set the show loader to true. It's gonna show the loader. Then it's gonna wait for the response to come back from the server. So the moment that it comes back, right, it's gonna hopefully jump all the way to the end, and then it will wait for 1000 milliseconds before navigating us. So let's wait for it. So right now it wraps back, so it's still waiting for the response. So let's give it a while. Let's give ChatGPT a while to generate the questions. Okay, so now it jumps all the way to the end, waits about 1000 milliseconds, and then redirects us there. So I think that's a really beautiful implementation of loading states within any applications. Okay, that's perfect. Alright, we are so close to finishing the project. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Okay, I just want to go and sleep. So let's just finish up the rest. We'll have only a few things left to do, and then we'll be all done and we can deploy it. So now let's work on the history page, right? So we'll be creating a new component that basically we're gonna show it in 2 places. We're gonna show it under here, right? This component is gonna show here, right? You see this list of questions, recent activities, and we're also gonna show it under the history page. So it's basically this list of whatever recent activities, and we're gonna make that into a component so that we can reuse it in 2 places. So I'm gonna come down here. I'm gonna come down to components, and create a new thing called just call it history.tsx. TSRAFCE. Okay, that's good. So what do we want to do in this history component here? Right, so let's just actually rename it. You know what, let's rename to history component to make sure we don't mistake it with the history page. So let's just rename it to history component. By the way, if you're not sure how I actually did that select all thing, if you just select just like double click on the word, so if it's the same, you can press Command D on Mac or Control D on Windows, and you will select all instances of the word, and you can basically edit all of them together. So that's just a tip for you. So inside the history component, we're gonna accept two props. First is the limit, which is a number. So basically, how many of these do we want to show? So for this history, we're gonna show all the history, but for the main page, the recent activities, we're only gonna show the top 10 most recent activities. So we're gonna create that reusable component with that limit. Okay, so let us now actually fetch the games. So we can make this into a async component, a server component, and basically what we want to do is we're gonna get all the games. So we're gonna await prisma.game.find many where. So how do we actually find the user ID? So we want to find where the user ID goes to me, right? So to get the user ID, what I can do is I can basically get it from the props. So I'm gonna just take the user ID from the props. So I'm gonna pass it into this component whenever I want to use it. So let me get the limit and user ID from this. So user ID, I'm gonna pass this in. Where user ID goes to user ID. What is wrong here? So user ID should actually be a string. Okay. And then I'm gonna basically, what do I want to do? I'm gonna take limit. So this take is basically select how many rows from the table do you want. So now that we got all these games, let's actually create the UI. So before that, let's just order by ascending order. So order by time started, descending order. Okay, so now that we have this descending order, let's return the JSX. So we have the first div. We have a class name of space -y-8, and then we have to map through the games, right? Games.map. For each game, what do we want to return? We want to return div with flags, items, center, justify, between, right? We'll give you a key of game.id. So inside that div, we're gonna have another div called flags, items center. Then we check the game type, right? So if the game type is that, we have to render different logos. Okay, so game.gameType. If it goes to MCQ, we're gonna return a icon called copy check, right? If not, if it's not MCQ, it's open-ended, let's return an icon called edit to. Okay, we'll give it a class name of margin right of 3, right, and then we'll do the same here, margin right of 3. So below that div, just before the closing div, no, actually everything's still inside the second div, right? So under the flex item center, we'll have another div with a margin left of 4. Okay, margin left of 4. We'll have space dash y dash 1. Then in here we have a link component. So what do you want to link it to? We want to link it to the game.id. So sorry, it should be actually /statistics/ game.id, right? So that we can actually view the statistics of the game. And then the link is gonna have some class names, right? So the first class name is we want it to be, how to say, text base, fonts, medium, leading, none, and underline, so that we show that it's a link. Okay, so inside the link, what do we want to show? Let us show the game.topic. Right. Let me just format game.topic. Format the code. Alright, then underneath the link, we have a paragraph. Right. Inside the paragraph, is a long class name, flex items center, padding x of 2, padding y of 1, text xs, text white, rounded, large width of fit, bg slate 800, bg slate 800. Okay, perfect. And then we have a clock icon with the class name of width 4, height dash 4, and margin right of 1. Okay, then below the clock, let's have a new date. So the date, right, of what's it called, game.time started .to locale string, right, to locale string. Let us just put .locale date string. So underneath the paragraph, we have another paragraph, the class name of text dash sm, text dash muted dash foreground. Inside the paragraph, we have the whether the game type equals to MCQ. If it's MCQ, we show MCQ. If not, we show open-ended. So let's save this. Okay, and then let's actually try using it. So if you go to the history page, right, we can see that there's nothing. So let's create a history page by coming down to /app, create a new folder called history. Inside we'll do app.tsx, then RAFCE, history page, not to be confused with the history component, right? So what do we want to return in this history page? We know that this is also gonna be a, why is it not working? The page cannot be found. Why? Because it's not called app.tsx, it will be page.tsx. Okay, so it's gonna be a protected route. So same thing as usual, const session equals to await, let's make this async, await gets auth, oh my computer is dying, await gets auth session. If we don't have, if not session dot user return redirect next navigation to / okay, and then basically if that exists, I'm gonna return. So we want to center it absolutely also. So the same drill dot absolute, top half, left half, negative translate x half, negative translate y half. Okay, let's go into the div, and then we have a card. We want to display the card, right? Import that. The card header will contain a div of flex dash items center dot justify between, right? Then we'll expand it out to the div. Okay, within the div we'll have the actual card title. Inside it will just say history, class name of text To Vercel, fonts bold, right? Okay, it's really dying my computer. Okay, then we have underneath we'll have a link, right? It will basically link back to the dashboard. And then what does it show? You have a lucid layout dashboard logo with the class name of margin right of 2. Underneath of that will show back to dashboard. Because we want this link to look like a button, let's give the button variance so that it makes it look like a button. Okay, then underneath the card header we have the card content, Okay, we have to give it a class name of max height of 60 view height, overflow of scroll. Inside the cart content, what do you want to show? We want to actually show the history component, remember, that we just made just a while back. So let's pass in a limit of, let's say, 100. And then we also have to pass in the user ID, right? So we get that from the session.user.id. So let us save that, and hopefully we get the nice history page running. So let's give it a second to reload, to compile. Damn, it's recompiling in 14 seconds. That's crazy. Okay, anyways, that's how the history page looks like. It looks a bit cramped, right? So I must have done something wrong. So what did I actually do wrong here? The cart title, cart header div, flex item center, justify between history, link. Oh, I think, because the div up here, we should also give it a width of 400 pixels, so that is a little bigger. Alright, that's perfect. So let's go back to the dashboard, and then for the recent activities card here, we can also use the history component to do that, right? So for now, let's just replace that. We'll have the recent activities. No, sorry, it should be the history component, right? Let's pass in a limit of, let's say, 10, and we also have to pass in the user ID, right? So how do we get this user ID? Right, first let's make this an async function. Then we'll do const session equals to await get auth session, right? If not session dot user, right? We just want to return redirect. Sorry, redirect should be next navigation to slash. So if we have that, we just pass in the user ID, session.user.id. Let us save that. Okay, and then we can see that it should compile, and then we should be able to see it down here. Yep, so it's not here. Well, am I tripping? Okay, no, yeah. Let's go back to the Quizmify platform, so we can see the recent activities. And right now these games are hard-coded games. So how do we actually get the proper games count? We can do const games count equals to await prisma dot game dot find dot count, right? Where user ID equals to session.user.id. Then we get this games count. We can then replace this with games count. Let us save that. I can see that it will accurately reflect it in just about a second if you let it reload. Yeah, it's compiling really long. I don't know why. Okay, anyways, so we have played a total of 10 games, and so now we have done the history components, the recent activities components. So it's all fully responsive, which is what's beautiful about Shadcn and TailwindCSS. Alright, very exciting. So now the last step is to finish this hot topics feature. So how do we actually keep track of the hot topics? Let's go into our Prisma schema, and let's create a new model called let's call it topic count. Okay, so the topic count is gonna have an ID itself. It's gonna have a topic, which is a string, and the corresponding count. So every time someone basically uses a new topic, we're gonna try to search within the database whether there's a new there's a topic already. So I'm stumbling a lot. So if there's a topic, we just increase the count by 1. If not, we just initialize it to be 1. So how do we actually do that? So I'm gonna say that first. So now, since that we have made a change to the Prisma schema, let's do npx prisma db push to basically add this new table within our planet scale database. Okay, perfect. So if you come down to our game creation endpoint, remember the root.ts, before we create the game, right? Before we create the game, let's also add that let's also update the topic count. Okay, so I'm gonna come into our root.ts, and then just after the creation of the game here, I'm gonna do await prisma.topic count dot upsert. So what is upsert? Upsert is basically updates the count if it exists. If not, we just want to insert in the new row, which is exactly what we're trying to do. So it's gonna take in where topic. So one more thing we need to actually change is come down to Prisma. We have to make this topic unique. So that's how actually we search for the topic, right? Because it has to be unique. If not, it doesn't make sense. Let us do npx prisma db push again, right? So that's why I really love Prisma. It's so easy and to use. So just ignore the warnings. So let's come to the upsert. So where topic equals to the topic, right, that we got from here. So then because the topic, right, then so if the topic exists, then we want to update it. If not, we're going to insert, right? So we're gonna pass in the create thing. We're gonna create a topic with that topic, and we'll give you a count of 1. Okay. But then if it exists, we're gonna update it to basically increment the count by 1. So we have this increment function in Prisma. So basically this upsert function is it's gonna search for the topic. If it exists, it's gonna do this update. If it doesn't exist, we're gonna create this, which is exactly what we want. So now we're gonna save that, right? And then we're gonna come down to our history component. Our history, sorry, not history component. Let's come back to our word cloud, custom word cloud, right? So let's actually get this data. So where do we get this data? We can't fetch it here because it's a client component. So why not let's fetch it in the dashboard and then pass it down as a prop to this custom word cloud. So let's go into the hot topics card, and because this is a server component, we can do that. So let's first convert this into async, right? And then we're gonna try to search for all the word count. So the const topics, right, is gonna be await Prisma dot topic count dot find many, right? So we're gonna pass in everything. So we're going to look for all the topics. Then we're gonna format the topic. So formatted topics equals to topics.map for each topic. Basically what we want to do is we're going to pass these formatted topics as props to custom word cloud. And because custom word cloud has this format of text and value, so let's convert that here. So we want to return a text of topic.topic, and the value is topic.count. Then for the custom word cloud, we can pass it in formatted topics equals to formatted topics. So let's save this here. Go into custom word cloud. We're gonna accept this formatted topics as a prop. So the prop will be an array of text, which is a string, and also value, which is a number, right? So every time we push a Prisma, right, we have to restart the NextJS server so that it's able to pick up the topic count variable here from Prisma. So that's just the thing that we have to do for NextJS. So now that we have basically in the hot topics card, right, we have fetched all the topic counts. We format it properly. We pass it as a prop to the custom word clouds. We then receive it here inside props, and then instead of this fake data, we can actually delete this fake data. And then for this data here, we can just use the formatted topics passed in, and let us just pass it into this formatted topics, save it, and then let us refresh the page, and hopefully it will work. And that's honestly the last thing in this application that is needed to run it. So let's give it a second to reload. I don't know if it's my computer is as slow as or NextJS 13 is slow. So sometimes you get this like some next static thing, just reload the page. So it works. So right now it's empty because we have not done any topics at all. So let's try it out. So I'm gonna go into the quiz, right? For the quiz, I'm gonna basically wait for it to compile. Let's do like Apple computers. Let's do like 7 questions or 5 questions, open-ended, and let's submit the code. So we get this really beautiful loading state, which is honestly, like, it sounds kind of stupid, but it's my favorite part of the entire app. Like, it's just this loading state. Okay, let's wait for it to generate the questions, and it does, and now it works. Alright, so let's go back to the page. Because we have created the game, we have also inserted the topic. That's so weird. Okay, damn it. It's just NextJS that's slow, honestly. So you can see that our Apple computers finally show up here. Just took a while. I think it's my computer that's slow because right now the rendering software and my OBS is taking up a lot of memories. Yeah, but basically you can see that it works. So the more people that uses the app, the more the word cloud is gonna accumulate and formulate. So congratulations, you have actually completed it. You know what, let's add one more step. So when we actually click on this, right? So when we actually click on this, what do we want it to do? We want to redirect to the quiz page, and we want to pass in the predefined quiz, right? So let us so under here, there's actually another prop called onward click. So when we click on the word, the first event is going to be the event, and then we get the actual word that has been clicked. We're going to do, we're going to get the router, const router equals to use router from next navigation. Then we're going to do router dot push, right, slash quiz, and then basically we'll just append it like this. And let's make it into a query variable. So it's question mark topic equals to word.text. Word.text. Yeah. So let's save that. Right. So when let's say we click on this Apple computers, it should navigate us to slash quiz, and then it will append the topic. It will append this topic thing here. So let me just press this and let's see if it works. So we have this quiz and it has this appended this question mark topic equals to Apple computers. So how do we actually set it to this input from here, right? So in order to do that, what we have to do is, how do we actually access that variable? To access that variable, let's come back to our quiz page itself, right? We can access it by using the search params. So inside this search params, we'll accept it as a prop. So search params is gonna be a topic. So it's a question. It might not exist, right? It's got a string. So basically, NextJS will do the hard work for us. So if it detects any search params, it's gonna pass in to us as a prop. All we need to do is get the topic out from that. Then for the quiz creation, right, we're gonna accept another prop, basically like the default quiz topic. So here I'm gonna put like a topic is gonna be a string, right? Then I'm gonna basically I'm gonna name it called topic param. So we're gonna basically destructure this topic param from the component, and then remember we use this use form. So we're gonna set the topic, the default value of the topic to topic param, right? We save that, and then here we have to pass in the topic param, right? So to pass in the topic param, we just have to pass in search params dot topic. Else we just pass in an empty string. So if there's no query variable, we just pass in an empty string. If there is, we'll pass in this as a default value. So now if we go and wait for it to refresh, right? I think my computer is so slow. It's okay. So we refresh, and now you see it gets the Apple computers out from the query search params, and it places into the input for us. And I think congratulations, you have completely finished the project. I'm as excited as you, honestly. If you have made it this far in the project, I'm really proud of you. And the last step now is just to deploy this application. Alright, let's deploy this app to Vercel. Alright, so in order to do that, let us just stop the application from running. Right, we'll stop the application from running. So one thing we need to do is actually is there a git ignore? Okay, so there's a git ignore, right? So we actually don't want to commit our .env file to the git repository because that's dangerous, right? So we don't want all these secrets to leak out. So we're gonna add that git ignore such that the git won't add that in here. So we have all these changes, right? All we gotta do is for the next config.js, there's something else we need to actually add. So let's go to next config.js. So one other parameter you need to add is under TypeScript, right? We want to add something called ignore build errors to true, and also for ESLint, we also want to ignore build errors. Ignore during builds also true. Yeah. So these two attributes will basically help the deployment process to be smoother. If you're really really persistent on not having any TypeScript errors at all, then you should not put these flags. These flags are purely for the Vercel deployment that we'll be doing later. Okay, so now we have that. Let's actually create a new repository and push this code up to that repository. So I'm going to come to github.com/new, right? Come to github.com/new. So it's going to be created under my repository profile. I'm going to call it quizme5-youtube. Give a description if you want. I'm just going to make it public. Alright, then I'm going to just create a repository. Right, I'm going to just exit off this terminal. Alright, so let's push this code up here. So first we'll just do git add all, then we'll git commit -am initial commit. Okay, so we've committed everything here. Then we'll follow the steps. Let's rename the branch to main, which I've already done. We'll add the origin as this URL, and finally let's push it up to this repository. Okay, so now let us refresh the page and it should show up. Okay, that's good. So now we can see that everything is here, right, except the env file. So now let's actually deploy this to Vercel. Okay, I'm gonna collapse this here, make this bigger. Go to vercel.com, right? I'm gonna add new project, right? Under the new project, you can see this Quizmify YouTube that we just created, right? So Vercel links up everything nicely, and it also detects that it's a NextJS project. I'm gonna press import, and when I press import, I have to choose the project name, and then I choose its NextJS project, right? Build and output settings, and here's the environmental variables that we have to paste in. So here's a very neat trick, right? So if you come out to the .env file here, we can see that we have to go and, instead of manually pasting this database URL one by one into this, and then pasting this variable like this one by one, here's a neat trick for all Vercel users. You can actually select all this up. So I'm going to select everything up to the API URL. So do not select the API URL. I'm going to press copy, Command C. I'm going to come here and press Command V. So Vercel will actually copy up everything and create these rows for me. So I don't have to do it one by one. Okay, the only difference for this API URL, right? This API URL is no longer gonna be located at http://localhost 3000. This will be https://quizmify-youtube.vercel.app. We can change this later, but basically we want to point it to the new domain that we're gonna create. I'm gonna press add. So now we have all these environmental variables. We're gonna press deploy. So we're gonna wait for it to deploy. So one more thing here is I'm gonna come refresh the page. Okay, refresh the page. Come back to my project, and we'll come down to our Quizmify YouTube project. I'm gonna come down to settings, come down to functions, right? I'm gonna change the function region to somewhere nearer to me, which is in this case, where is it? Singapore, right? And I'm gonna save it. So this is just that such that make the server and the app faster, because the servers will be located near me, and so when I actually ping the server for resources, it'll be nearer to me and therefore faster response time. So let's go to the deployments, and we can see that it's currently building. So let's wait for the build to finish. So we can see that it's compiling, and right now we can see that there's an error. Okay, so this is expected. I forgot about that. So Prisma has been detected that this project was built with Vercel. And basically, the Vercel caches dependencies, so that means the Prisma client won't be generated when it's triggered. Basically, to fix this, we must add the command Prisma generate command during the build process. So I'm going to come back to the project. I'm going to go to package.json. So if you scroll down here, we can see this build npm run build, right? Before we let it run next build, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run npx prisma generate and next build. So we're going to run this Prisma generate first before building the project. I'm going to save it. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to commit, say, Prisma issue. Commit and push, right? So I'll push the change up here. And then let's come back to the thing here. We'll come back to deployments, and we should see a new deployment being done for us. So we can see it has just saw Prisma issue. So let us look at the build process. So building. Alright, so now you can see that Prisma is properly being generated. The Prisma client is generated. So now it's gonna run its npm run build to actually create an optimized production build for us. Okay, you can see that it has generated all the roots. So these are all the roots that we have, and also the lambda functions, the serverless functions. So you can see the size of it all. And then basically it will collect all the static files. So like all the public files, like our GIF, our loading GIF, it will be deployed also. And just like that, deployment is complete. That took about a few minutes, and we can see now it points to the new quizmify-youtube.vercel.app. If we open that up, we can see that, look, it works perfectly. So it respects my team and duck team. So the last issue you have to fix is, if you try to sign in here, guess what happens? You'll see that access blocked. To fix this, we go into our Google Cloud Console, so we have to go and configure the project. We're in the Quizmify YouTube. Let's come down to the credentials part. And then inside the credentials, we look into the client ID, and we now need to configure the new domain, right? Because we have a new domain. So we add a domain. So what's the domain called? It's gonna be this quizmify-youtube.vercel.app without the slash, remember? So this is gonna be whatever domain that your Vercel ends up being on. So this is gonna be the same, except it's gonna be /API/auth /callback/Google, and with that we'll save it. So it says it may take 5 minutes to a few hours for settings to take effect, but from my experience, it should be quite immediate. So let's try signing in with Google now. And look, it's perfect. So quizmify-youtube.vercel.app. We can sign in with the platform, right? So this is all deployed, right? So we can see it's on quizmify-youtube.vercel.app. We're able to see our Apple computer, right? Let's try running this. Okay, let's generate 5 open-ended questions and let's submit, and it's able to load the page. So it looks ugly because the background is white, but you can always create like a dark mode background for this girl loading spinner if you want. And so we can see that the question is being generated and everything is working perfectly. Awesome, 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 awesome. So I'm really proud that we have completed the project. I'm proud of you for staying through it and also coding it out together with me. If you have stayed on this far, I really appreciate you, and I'm sure you want to take your JavaScript coding to the next level, and respect you for that. So we've come to the end of the coding process. We have coded all this entire platform using really good best practices and learned a lot of new stuff. So I hope that you enjoyed the application and learned from it. And with that, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video and it has helped you, do like, subscribe. I put in a lot of effort into this video. And with that, have a good night.